Like this. Hit it.
The Roger Report live morning show. Weekdays at 9 a.m.
Say y'all, I was on Roger's panel a few times and I couldn't take it. The heat. I got out the kitchen. It was hot. I was sweating. I had to get out.
He's Roger, and he's right.
Check this out.
We can live or die. You choose. I have spoken to you a lot of times in hatred and anger, and you have not heard me. Well, you had better hear me today. If you won't listen to me when I make an appeal for the Negroes because you have no concern for the Negroes, listen to me when I make an appeal for America. You claim you love America. Well, we love America. But you are driving us back and you are making a Samson out of us, and we are going to pull down the pillars. And then you think we have no right to ask for something? Is it too much to ask you to grant us human dignity? Should we be put down and shot to death for this request? If so, you can aim your guns. What the hell do you think we care about dying if you're going to deny us the right to live?
Good morning, folks, and welcome to another edition of the Roger Report Live, the best show on social media. If you are new to the channel, go ahead and take a moment out to hit that like button, because this is where you're going to find the best content on social media, and you don't have to worry about it because you're going to have me right here to make sure that happens. And if you already been coming to the channel for a while, then go ahead, hit that like button, because you already know what time it is, and you know this is where you're going to get the best content on social media. It's not a mystery to you at this point. You've seen other people do it. You've seen other people do it well. But what you have not seen is anyone do it quite the way I do it. So make sure you hit that like button. And everyone, yes, everyone, take a moment out to share the content, y'all. Share the content. There are so many people who need to get great content like this. And it's just a small thing you can do to help the world be a better place. And isn't that what we want at the end of the day? Don't we want the world to be a better place? Of course we do. So share the content out. Share it through your social media. Share it through word of mouth, or even text someone's phone. But do what you got to do to help spread the word. All right, folks. Today we are going to talk about a little black girl. Do I have a dad? All right. Do I have a dad? Now, you know what? Shout out to Afro Merchant. I got to say this right away. He said they removed the second video for copyright infringement. Whoa, what we talking about? Now I got to check my description again, which I previously checked to see if the video is even there. No, maybe he's referring to something else. Maybe he's something referring, but I got to just check on this, y'all. When I see something like that, got to make sure we ain't talking about the video that I have linked here, because, stuff can happen, stuff can happen here and there. So you gotta know, you gotta know. But what we're going to talk about today, y'all, we had a little black girl. She asked the question, do I have a dad? Okay. And I do think this is an important video, and it's things like this do need to be discussed. And that's the second video I'm referring to. The first video, you had two women being interviewed, and I'm just going to say interesting thought processes were going on during their interview. Interesting thought processes were going on during their particular interview. And, it is what it is. But before we get into this too far, y'all, first of all, let me take a moment out to give credit what credit is due. We got a lot of people who give great support to the channel. I appreciate everybody who gives the views to the channel. I appreciate everybody who gives the excuse me, who hits the like button, because it really helps with the algorithm and things like that. People who make comments, those are always they have great impact on the channel, and we got to give credit where credit is due when it comes to the financial supporters, because we do have financial supporters that actually support the show, which is a great thing to have, and I appreciate each and every one of those folks. And today I want to give a shout out to Mr. Suge to you, y'all. Yep, part of the pit crew, Mr. Suge to you. He is the sponsor of today's stream. Appreciate you big time, my brother. Appreciate you big time. And I know people are doing this and they don't have to do it. They're doing it because they want to do it, which is a fantastic thing in my book. So shout out to Mr. Suge to you. Appreciate you big time, my brother. Appreciate you big time. And let me give a couple shout outs to some of the first people to check in this morning, y'all. Let me give a couple shout outs to some of the first people to check in this morning. Now, even though I don't see it, y'all, I don't see it. I'm going to go ahead and give some credit. But I'm gonna have to balance things out to go ahead and give some proper credit, because y'all know the first person who was in the building this morning who sent me proof of him being the first person in the building this morning. And I ain't tripping about it, y'all. I ain't tripping yet. Yo, he rocks with me. He rocks with me. So he sent me proof. Screenshot all y'all. The first person that actually checked in this morning is my main man, the pit master himself, Chef Mike's Chef Mike's Round Table. You know, coolest brother in show business. He is the Highlander of today's stream, and I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it big time. So I'm saying this, y'all. I am saying this. Y'all, I don't know what the time is. I can't tell you that. I definitely cannot tell you that. Okay. But if you come too early, they I don't know, they make it go away if you come too early. So if you try to be the Highlander of today's stream, you come too early, they're gonna make it go away. Okay. Now, if you come too late, you'll never become the Highlander of today's stream. Now, where that peak time is, I don't know. Y'all got to figure that out for yourselves. But I'm gonna give it to Chef Mike today. But I am gonna say, y'all, I'm gonna let the first comment that I see when the show starts be the Highlander of today's stream, because it's unfair. And somebody can say, "Hey, man, I was the Highlander. Here go proof," and then other folks can't do that. So, just to keep it fair. The first one I see when I start the show, that's going to have to be the Highlander of the stream. Y'all got to figure that out on your own, because I don't know where the window is. It is what it is. But shout out to Chef Mike this morning. Shout out to the Righteous Teacher. Glad to have you here, my brother. Glad to have you here. Inspired Truth Broadcast is in the building. Great to see you, brother. Great to see you. Shout out to Floyd Thompson. Glad to have you here, my brother. We got Trail Bentley here representing hashtag Long Live the Habitual Line Steppers, hashtag Negroes in the Wilderness, hashtag Dignity Over Vagina, hashtag Al Gore's Baby, and my personal favorite, hashtag Hail Hydra. Shout out to Afro Merchant. Great to see you. Great to see you. We got I'm listening in the building. We got Devon Townsend here. What's going on, my brother? What's going on? Sarah B is here. Hey, Sarah. Good to see you. Good to see you. Ton of runners checking in. Great to have you here, my brother. Great to have you here. Yogami is in the building. Inspired Truth Broadcast is here. Waskin the Man Cave. What's going on, my brother? Great to see you. Great to see you. And I got to say my apologies, my brother. The real You Will Die Alone. That is just so hilarious. The real You Will Die Alone. Brother, I have not had a chance to unblock you. I've been trying to get some stuff done in there, and my apologies, my apologies. I'm gonna try as if we have some more folks join the panel, as more folks join the panel and talking, I'm gonna try to go in and unblock you then. So I was on a mission to get you unblocked, and then I ran into some issues on my side. So I'll try to make sure I get it done today when we have some more people up. Okay, so my apologies, my brother, my apologies, but I'll try to make sure that happens today. All right, y'all. Now today, a lot of people talk about how black women got to be the way they are. I don't believe anybody should give them excuses for being the way they are. It just is what it is, y'all. As Black folks, we need to accept that the world is not fair. Everybody don't get to start in the same spot. We ain't all born into the same family. That family don't have the same money. There's a lot of differences that happen when you looking at Black people from a collective standpoint. Life just ain't fair at the end of the day. It just is what it is. The life we live just ain't fair. Okay? So, what can we do about that? Nothing. Ain't nothing you can really do about life being unfair, because there's nothing you can do to make it fair. It's going to be what it's going to be, and that's going to be the end. Okay? You just make the best of the situation you can. That's all you can do, because ain't nothing you can do to make it fair. That's not going to happen. Now, Black women are going through some very unfair things. Okay? They're going through some unfair things because a lot of people don't peep game, y'all. We don't peep game the way we need to sometimes. Okay? But if we think about what's going on, there is a strong attack on Black men. Okay? As I've said before, women will be tolerated. Because, society don't have a real concern of what Black women gonna do. They pretty much self-check. Okay? Society's not concerned. Okay? Black women ain't gonna never rise up to cause a problem for white supremacy. Not that I can tell. At least we don't know how long the world gonna last. But I will say this. I have no doubt in my mind. That Black women will never do anything that challenges white supremacy as long as I'm alive. Now, unfortunately, I did just check, y'all. Now, the thing is, it looks like that video has been removed. It said the video is no longer available due to copyright claim. Okay, and it says by the person who made the claim, I guess. Okay. Now, y'all, the video was very interesting. I hope a lot of y'all saw that video before the video came down, because there's a lot of things that's going on with this video. And that video, if you ask me, it definitely shows a good beginning for Black women. And the first video link I put in shows how Black women end up the way they are. Well, some of them end up in a certain state. The second video that got removed shows a more of a beginning of a Black woman. Okay, just a little girl. So I'm still gonna talk about it. If we can find the proper video before the show is over, I'll try to drop a link in the description. Well, in the chat for it. I'll put it in the description after the show is over. But I can't do that right now. But if I can find it and drop it in the chat, then possibly we'll get that done. But the thing is, the video showed a lot. Okay, there's a little Black girl. I don't know how old she was. Some I'm gonna say 12 or down. Okay, 12 or down. She was, I assume, at like some school thing, possibly. She was on stage and she made a little speech. Okay. Now, the thing is, when she made the speech, she talked about the fact that, which is crazy work, she talked about the fact that she didn't have a dad. Okay. She did not have a dad. Not only did she not have a dad, she said, basically, it's cool because I got a grandma. And I understand little kids can do stupid stuff because they're too young to realize how stupid things they are, how stupid those things are. Okay? You're too young to realize just how stupid you are as a kid. Now, am I saying kids are stupid? No, I'm saying in comparison to adults, they should be stupid. Now, I'm going to say that in comparison to adults, they should be stupid. Because if you can see yourself right now and you consider yourself no smarter than your 11-year-old self, you have ultimately failed. Okay, there is nothing we can do for you as an individual. Okay, if you did not see, okay, if you did not see yourself as a little bit smart, and shout out to Yogami, I see that message, my brother. He says there's no StreamYard link. Gotcha, I got you. I'm gonna take care of that right now. Thanks for saying something, brother. Thanks for saying something. Yeah, if you don't see yourself as any smarter than your 11-year-old self, that's a problem. Real talk, that is a problem. Something wrong with you. Okay. If your 11-year-old self is just as smart as you are right now, man, I don't know what's gonna help you. Real talk. You got some issues that I don't know if professional help can even help you if you if you still at the same level as your 11-year-old self. So yeah, kids are supposed to sound stupid in comparison to adults. Now, unfortunately, we do have some adults that sometimes we talking and hey, the kids sound a little smarter. It ain't supposed to happen like that, but I mean, if it's a genius kid, a prodigy or something, sure, I get it. You know, every once in a while you have these geniuses, these prodigies that come around. Yeah, they'll sound smarter, but you know, there should be some parts of life that even that you should understand even better than the child genius. Maybe you don't understand math the way they understand math. You know, maybe maybe you don't understand science the way they understand science, but you should, in general, when it comes to life, you should have some understanding that they don't. So now, if y'all saw the video, and unfortunately, looks like they didn't got that video over a copyright issue. I'm gonna see what I can do to find the original and jump in there if y'all didn't see it. And I know some of y'all do check the videos before the show starts, so hopefully y'all saw it. But you got a little girl. You know, like I said, I guess it's at school or some type of program. I don't know for sure, but she's on some form of stage. They got her in a dress, so it's a special occasion. You know, it's a long dress. You know, to kind of mimic like a gown, to kind of mimic like I ain't gonna say it was a gown for show, but it was to kind of mimic a gown that you would expect an adult to be wearing. You know, and you got this young girl who is definitely 12 and down. You know, she could be 11, maybe 10, maybe even 9. Who knows? All right. And she's saying that, she doesn't have a dad, but she has a grandma. Now, she is saying, okay, now I can't tell y'all the adults helped her with it. You got to figure that out for yourself. But she's saying that her thing is she's being made to feel like she's not missing anything. Now, I don't know why you're doing some poem about your dad not being in the picture, but you're made to feel like you're not missing anything. Does a small child come up with this type of stuff on their own? Obviously not. Okay. Now I'm a look at it like this. Maybe she's somewhere. Okay. Like I said, it's a gown on, so I don't know if it's a school assembly or not. But maybe she's somewhere where somebody told her to do. It could be like an assignment that kids had. Maybe she's just part of a school assembly, and maybe they picked. She was supposed to write about her dad. Maybe that's what the situation was. And she said, "Well, I don't have a dad, such as a guy you would see every day. I don't have a dad that I can talk to every night. I don't have a dad that you can do all these normal things with when you actually live with your father." But she said, "I got a grandma." Okay. But in her conclusion, she don't think she's missing anything. Now, I understand a child is dumb enough to say something like that because children don't know. Now, I can say right offhand, of course she's missing something. Because even while you're trying to give props, okay, to your bum mama. Yeah, I'm gonna say bum mama and your bum. Probably a bum grandma too. You try to give them props, but this is the thing, y'all. Because I want to examine what she said. Now, Unfortunately, some of y'all didn't get to hear it come out of her mouth, but I'm gonna tell you some of the things that were said. Yeah, okay, and why this leads into the women in the first video that I put. It leads into that. And the delusion is strong in the young one, but the delusion was strong in those older ones too. Now you had two losers, 34. Well, no. I'm gonna say one loser for sure. Because one of them did say she was married. One of them did say she was married. Okay. So, she the only thing I can guesstimate is the married woman was dumb enough to let her single friend convince her to get back on the market. So I ain't gonna say she's a loser. She probably not she probably just ain't the sharpest knife in the drawer. But at least she was married for a time period. She was at least married for a time period. So she not the not the brightest one. Okay. Not the brightest one. But married for a time period. Okay. Now, and the thing was, you could see those women's delusion because when the gentleman who asked them the questions about them being single, okay, they confirmed that they were both single, right? One of them said she had a successful marriage, y'all. She's single right now, but she had a successful marriage. Y'all, the delusion is real, okay? Yeah, y'all hear what I'm saying? She's single right now, but she had a successful marriage. If you had a successful marriage, why aren't you still married? Okay. This is the type of corruption that black women play with. Okay, this is the type of stuff they study about each other. This is the type of delusions they go on. And y'all, we act like black women ain't crazy. Okay. Now, I'm not saying clinically crazy, but I'm saying generally crazy. We think they're not crazy, but you just had a woman say that I had a successful marriage, but I'm single right now. Now, I can understand you saying you had a successful marriage and you're single right now if you were a widow. Now, let's think about it, y'all. If she was a widow, she would have said that. Because a married woman wants the benefits of being a married woman, and she don't want to be looked down as a woman who can't make it. Okay, she don't want to be looked down that way. Women, they understand just how valuable it is when you compare them to a person who ain't never been married. Okay, so if she had a successful marriage, she would still be married now because she would have definitely let people know. Well, no, I was married. Unfortunately, I'm just a widow right now. But I was married before. I'm better than these other hoes at the end of the day, because that's what they be really saying. I'm better than these other hoes. I did get married. Women know that what it is when they marry versus when they not. We as black men, we try to confuse it. We try to defend them and things like that, just unnecessarily. No, it ain't that. It ain't that. We make all types of excuses up for them, but no, they know what time it is. There's no excuse I can make that's gonna really make a difference to their world. Okay. She there with her friend, I'm assuming. They must be good friends. But she still threw her friend under the bus as best she could by even saying, no, I was married. Because she want people to know there's a difference between her and the other young lady she was with. We 33 and 34, but I was married. See, she want to have a step over the other one. Okay. We 33 and 34, but I was married. Okay, I was. So even though obviously her marriage didn't go that long, I doubt she had a 10-year marriage. So to me, it don't even really count, because I seriously doubt she's what was she, 34? And she's been in a marriage for at least 10 years. That means she would have been married at 24. Okay. She possibly was married for 10 years, but I don't know that to be true. So I'm just not giving her credit for it. Simple as that. I'm not going to give her credit for it. And she's already divorced at 34 years old. She probably did make 10 years. Now, the thing is, that's how women end up later. The young girl who was on stage doing her performance saying that, she don't have a dad. Now, she literally said, y'all, She actually asked her mom, does she have a dad? Now, what does that tell you? She's doing her quote unquote poetry or a speech, whatever it's supposed to be. Somebody said I think it was supposed to be a poem or whatever. Sounded more like a speech or whatever, but it is what it is. She said in there though, she asked her mom, do I have a dad? Okay. Now, she said she thought a dad is something you get from a store. Y'all, this is the perception of little black girls nowadays. Okay. I thought a dad was something you pick up from a store, and we just haven't bought one yet. That's literally what she said, y'all. Now you got to think about it. Okay. If a young black girl, thinks a dad is something you pick up at the store, what do y'all think she's seeing? Okay. What y'all think she's seeing? Okay. Put the mama to the side for the moment. Put the mama to the side. What y'all think she's seeing if she thought a dad is something you pick up from a store? Now, this is the thing, y'all. Now, according to whoever hit the copyright strike on it, and I can understand that, it's some black woman's name where you would think it's a black woman by the name. We can say that, some strange folks out there nowadays, but by the name, you would think it was a black woman. Okay. She may be quote unquote trying to celebrate her daughter. That could be like her mom or something. You never know. All right. Whoever put in for the copyright strike. Okay. Now, who was promoting this video? It wasn't a black person at all. It was some non-black person, some dude promoting the video. Because he wants to celebrate the fact that the little girl ain't got no daddy. Okay. The little girl thought a dad was something you pick up from a store. Now, I'm going to guess her age really is probably maybe 10, 11 or something like that. She wasn't that old. She could have even been like 9. Okay. But she got the thoughts of a child. So, yeah, her thoughts were stupid if you compare them to adult thoughts. But, this is what the girls see. She said a dad is something you pick up from a store. What do you think? What type of life she is living when she think a dad is something you pick up from the store? So that tells me she ain't the only person without a dad that she's seeing. She's going to school, obviously, and she probably sees other children there who ain't got no dad. Okay? She's trying to figure out where these dads come from. Now, looking at how she said the poem, that was like something she asked her mama somewhere in the past. We don't know how long ago, but that's somewhere in the past she came to her mama and asked if she have a dad. Now, the thing is this, y'all. Why would a girl ask her mama if she has a dad? That means mama don't talk about that dad. Mama pretends that dad doesn't exist. Because if you a child, how you don't know who your daddy is? Think about that, y'all. Think about that. If you a child, how do you don't know who your daddy is? Now, you may say, I didn't know my father as far as I didn't have a relationship with him. Yeah, my dad died young, so I didn't really get to know him as a person. My dad was a little kid when I died. My dad was a little kid when he died. So I didn't know him as a person. I didn't really know the man he was. I know his name. Okay. I know he married my mom. All right. I know he did this for a living. You should know something. Okay. They called him such and such as a nickname. But she don't know that at all. She literally had to go ask her mama, does she have a dad? And my thing is that's cool for a kid to do. But it tells me a whole lot that the girl got to ask you if she has a dad. Because, we talking about little kids. They don't know what babies come from and all that at a certain point in their life. So she asked, does she have a dad? Now, this is the crazy part, y'all. I look at some of the comments. People in the comment section are celebrating like a mug. Oh, this little girl is great. She gonna go somewhere a lot, you know. No, the issue is the father's missing out. Now, I actually made some comments in the comments. Not too many, 3 or 4 of them, because I ain't gonna flood nobody's comment section. Plus, my comments got a certain value to them, in my opinion. So I ain't got time to be putting comments in everybody's stuff. But I did say that it was a shame that you have a bunch of adults out here celebrating the fact that this girl was kept from her father. Y'all, it does not take rocket science to figure out what's going on when you get a bunch of evidence. It don't take rocket science when you get a bunch of evidence. People were talking like the guy is just gone for no reason, or he's avoiding her. She don't even know she have a dad. This is not a problem with a man. This is clearly a woman keeping a child from a man. And you know, she said something that was a dead giveaway. But people, they see what they want to see. And you know, it's sad to me that if the video ain't still up, because I definitely wanted y'all to see exactly what was being said. Plus, I wanted y'all to see some of those comments that everybody was making. You know, number one, I see it being promoted on the channel by a non-black person. So non-black people celebrate the downfall. Okay? Which is something I didn't say before. And it's something that people really need to pay attention to. Then you got all these folks in the comment section. Now, you know, anybody can be behind any avatar or whatever. In the comment section, they can be behind any name. But it was a bunch of names that sound like some white folks. I'll say that. It's a bunch of pictures looking like some white folks. And they were celebrating this stuff, and some black women. Now, I will give credit. There was a couple folks who actually said something like, y'all tripping. This is not a good thing. They said something along those lines. And I'm sitting there like, how can y'all be good parents and y'all celebrating the fact that some girl is being kept away from her father? And this is the thing, y'all. While she was doing her little presentation, she mentioned the fact that she has a sister, a little sister. She specifically said she has a little sister. Now, she already young herself. Okay? She's already young herself. I really wouldn't put more than 11 years old on her. Okay? I don't even think she was that old, truth be told. But I wouldn't bet my money and say she's 11 and up. You know, I think 11 maybe is about as high as it's gonna get, but I'm not sure if I even put my money on it. Real talk. Now, she said she has a little sister. Now, it's the difference between having a little sister and an older sister. Keep in mind, she had to ask her mama, does she have a dad? But she has a little sister. She bragged on the fact that she didn't have a dad, but she has a grandma. Okay? Now, I'm not saying this to sound braggadocious, but she says she's not missing anything. I had 2 grandmas. Okay? I had 2 grandmas. Shout out to Afro Merchant. He said he found it, y'all. So if you haven't seen it, go and check out that link real quick if you haven't seen it. Now, I understand the little kid don't understand what they missing. She had a grandma. But you know what? Because I had a dad, I had a second grandma. Okay? I had a second grandma. I ain't just get one. I got 2 sets of grandparents. So yeah, I had a grandma on my mama's side. Obviously, that's the grandma she talking about. But my dad's side came with a grandma too. I get it. She don't understand that. Okay. So my thing is, what is there to celebrate? And all the adults that was in there celebrating, and I'm pretty sure, shout out to Afro Merchant for finding it. You know what I'm saying? He said he found it. He's gonna drop the link in the chat. Now I'm pretty sure, because now keep in mind, I haven't seen any comments on that link, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna go to the same effect. You're gonna see a bunch of black women and some non-black people celebrating the fact that she was clearly kept from her father. Now, how do I know she was kept from her father? Because she don't she had to go ask her mama, does she have a dad? How do you have a little sister, but you have to ask your mama, do you have a dad? You didn't even have a stepdaddy. Where did your little sister come from? See, that's the thing, y'all. Where did the little sister come from? Because let's be real about this. You know, and I'll give some credit that maybe she asked, did she have a dad a couple years ago or something? That's possible. That she was a couple years younger when she asked this question. But if you got a little sister, why are you asking your mama, do you have a dad? Because even if the little sister was from a different man, where the heck is he? How come you didn't see the stepfather as a dad? Because that's how children see it when they're growing up. They don't know no better. Okay? A lot of kids think a stepdaddy is their dad till they get older. And if you're young enough to ask questions like, do I have a dad? It would only make sense. It would only make sense that your stepdaddy's around, so you wouldn't think you don't have a dad. You wouldn't have to ask that question. All right. So obviously something is going on. Now I get that she don't get it because she's a youngster. I get that she don't get it. She's a youngster. Okay. I don't expect her to see the world the way adults can clearly see the world. And shout out to Afro Merchant. I was slightly distracted because I was going to verify that it's the right one. Looks like it is. Thank you, Afro Merchant. You a champ. You a champ. So now I can change the link in the description after the show. But now if you didn't see it, there's a chance for you to see it right now. If you didn't see it. So shout out to Afro Merchant. Appreciate it, brother. Okay. Now my thing is this, y'all. As an adult man, what am I supposed to celebrate about this? The girl mentioned her little sister. So what do I know about mom? Mom done got digged down by so many men that another sister came up. Okay? There's two girls at least now. All right? She don't know what a dad is. Well, excuse me. She don't know if she has a dad. So what's to make me think that her little sister got a dad? Because if her little sister had a dad, she would see that dad as her dad too. That's where I would put my money. You know, if she asking her mama, do I have a dad? This is something terribly wrong going on there. Now, there's a small chance that maybe the little sister do have a dad. And that's what drove her to ask the question about if little sister got a dad, I need to ask my mama what's going on because why don't I have a dad? But more than likely, little sister ain't got one either. Which tells me what? This is probably a situation where you have women just simply keeping children away from their fathers. Okay? This don't make a lick of sense. Okay? This don't make a lick of sense. Now, I've said before, if you have influence over girls, you definitely should let them understand the truth about the world. Because this is how black women raising children. I appreciate this because it's a snapshot. It's a very good snapshot on how black women are raising children. You got a little girl who don't know who her daddy is. She had to go ask, do she have a dad? Why wasn't it ever mentioned to her before about her dad? Why would she have to come ask her mama, does she have a dad? Okay. Think about it. You know, shout out to Afro Merchant. He says, Mom's channel appears to be about being a goddess And wow, a goddess and life as a single mom at Inspired Truth Broadcast. So he talking to Inspired Truth Broadcast. And his quick assessment, I'm gonna say that in Afro Merchant's quick assessment, which I'm gonna have to accept as the truth, and he quickly comes to the conclusion that the channel was about being a goddess and life as a single mom. Now, how you gonna be a goddess and a single mom at the same time? That's crazy work right there. But y'all, this is the type of delusion that Black women actually believe in. Okay. And thank you, Afro Merch, because I know it's hard to believe what I'm saying in this with this video if you don't see it for yourself. Some stuff you kind of just need to see it. Y'all need to see her words. So y'all just can't say, well, Rod just saying she said that. Now, I like the fact that y'all can see her words. Okay. This is what the little girl is surmising. Okay. And I'm glad we got the little girl's viewpoint. Now, I'm not going to say her mama didn't influence it in no kind of way. Clearly, her mama, had to influence this in some kind of way, because where would she get the idea to say, well, I don't have a dad, but I got a grandma? Where would she get that idea from if it wasn't for her mother's influence? Okay. And what your grandma got to do with your dad? As a man who grew up with a dad, as a man who got two grandmas, I can tell y'all 100% right now, your grandma is no replacement for your dad. That's a sad replacement for a dad. And I ain't got nothing against my grandmas, but if my grandmas don't come close to my dad, okay? And I'm saying that as a person who loved their grandma. Now, both my grandmas already gone, but I love my grandmas, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. I wouldn't trade my grandmas for any other grandmas at the end of the day, but grandma wasn't no dad. They just what? Okay? They just weren't a dad. All right? The concept that a grandma can replace your dad is just absurd. Absurd. So I don't think this little girl could think of something that dumb on her own. That's why I say, for me, it's obvious the mother had influence on what's going on. How could this little girl be dumb enough to come up with the concept that a grandma can replace a dad? Somebody got to tell you something like that. Okay? Because they don't. Now, am I saying grandmas are bad? No. Am I saying grandmas are coming up short? Not if you know both your grandmas. Okay. All right. Now, I do believe her grandma actually came up short. Because real talk, my assumption, and it is my assumption because we only have limited information. My assumption is her mama's trash and her grandma's trash. I believe her mother followed the footsteps of her. Well, she followed the footsteps of her mother's mother, which would be the little girl's grandma. She saw the grown woman saw her mama was trash, and she said, I want to be like my trash mama. And I do believe, because she is trash and she has a trash mama, that she's going to do the best she can to make this little girl trash too. That's my honest opinion on what's going on. Hearing what this little girl had to say, I'm pretty sure her mama's trying to make sure, beyond a shadow of a doubt, beyond a reasonable doubt, that this little girl is going to be trash. Okay? This little girl going to be trash. She going to do everything she can to guarantee it. Now, you can't control what the kid going to do once they're 18 and over. Okay? You can't control that. So her goal is to put enough influence on her that she will not part ways when she becomes an adult. Okay? That's the whole thing. I'm going to put so much negative stuff in you that you will never part ways when you become an adult. And guess what you'll probably be? The same type of woman that gets interviewed by a man on the street. And he asks if y'all single, and you got to say, yeah, if you're going to tell the truth. And if somebody would possibly marry her, which I don't see happening right now, of course, but I mean, a lot can change in a child's life. So I'm pretty sure at this point, she's not going to be married. Okay. She'll probably just end up another single mother herself. She'll probably be a good time for a lot of young dudes. Heck, she might be a good time for older dudes. Now, what I done found out about how girls be chasing after dudes once they hit high school, they be trying to mess with grown men. Okay. Then she'll get older herself, and then she'll get hit by some really old dudes. Okay. That's probably where her life is going. Now, am I wishing that for her life? No. Do I want that to happen to her? No. But do I live in the real world? Yes. If a girl gets on stage and proudly says this stuff about her family, yeah, she probably burnt up, y'all. Okay, she probably burnt up. It just is what it is. Now, is she gonna be a loser when she becomes an adult? Yeah, I'm sure she's gonna be a loser. Now, I'm not gonna put it on her officially till she's 30 years old and unmarried. But y'all, what is there to think she's not gonna be a loser one day? She's trying to celebrate and feel as best she can about the fact that her mama is keeping her away from her daddy. Now, I get it. She's a little kid. She's under certain influences. She hasn't gotten to the point yet that she'll probably come to her mom and say, well, hey, ma, since everybody got a dad, how come I don't know my dad? What is going on with you that I don't know my dad? Now, look, if a guy ain't dead, let's be realistic, y'all. If a man is not dead, can you be a good mother and your child not know who their dad is? Do y'all think those two things can happen at the same time? Let's really think about this, y'all. If a child doesn't know who their dad is, but that man is still alive. Now, I get it. There could be some unfortunate situations where a man dies and the children are very young. I get that. I'm not even jumping on nobody for that situation. Okay. So widows is off the table. We're not even talking about that. Okay. There are some guys who died, even though they technically didn't marry the mother yet. I'm gonna give them a slight break today. I'm gonna give them a slight break today. I'm gonna accept the dead man would have married her. I can accept that. The dead man would have married her. It doesn't give the woman an excuse for having the baby before she was married. But just for this moment, we gonna look past that for now. And let's ask a real question, y'all. Can a woman be a good mother and her children don't know who the dad is? If the children don't know their father, but he's alive, can she be a good mother? Let's think about that. Because I'm going to tell you what I do see, y'all. I'm going to tell you what I do see. I've seen women go to prison to visit the dad while he's in prison. We know this happens, y'all. A woman will take a man to go see a woman will take her children to go see a man that's literally serving time in prison. Now, people try to say, well, somebody's the worst of the worst. Are we going to get somebody worse than the guys in prison? Don't they qualify as the worst men for right now? Okay. Now, I'm not saying you can't have a guy that's innocent in prison. I'm talking about generally, real talk. Because the guys in prison got caught, for the most part. The guys in prison got caught. They did something, but they got caught. There's a lot of folks who may have went to prison, but we didn't get caught. Okay. So now you got a society, how society looks at people in prison. But women will take the children to go see a man that's in prison. I'm not saying it happens a lot, but it does happen from time to time because women cheat. So a lot of them ain't gonna even take a person to go visit. A lot of them will not take their children to go visit their dad in prison because they just too cheap to do it. They ain't gonna pay the money to go down there, take the kids. They ain't gonna do no road trip, none of that stuff. It ain't gonna really happen like that. Okay. Now somebody's trying to come up by the name of Jay, but Jay, your connection is not strong enough. If I will tell y'all, if y'all connection ain't strong enough, I can't put you on the panel. I can see y'all backstage sometime, but I can't put you on the panel. I recommend you turn your phones off and turn them on before you try to come to the panel, y'all. It helps. I do it myself. You know, I was having an echo problem the other day. That's what I did. It seems to work like a charm. Okay. It seems to work like a charm. Jay, I see you backstage, but you're still not strong enough. Why don't you turn your phone off and turn it back? Now he dipped out again. I'm trying to tell the man what to do. Now, you see the 33 and the 34-year-old, and some people gonna ask, where do women like that come from? Well, they come from the same spot this little girl came from. That's where they come from. All right. Jay, turn your phone off and turn it back on if you're gonna try to get on the panel, bruh. Turn off your phone, turn it back on, then try to come on. Okay, that'll usually clear up most problems because you keep bouncing in and out the back. Just try to turn your phone off and turn it back on and see if it'll work after that. All right. Shout out to Afro Merchant for I was just literally thinking about doing that myself. Let me put it in the chat again. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you big time. Appreciate you big time. Yeah, this where it come from. Okay. The 33 and 34-year-old, they come from situations like this where you have a small child being fed some dumb stuff by her parents, probably her grandma too. Now you got 3 generations, okay? 3 generations here, y'all. You ain't hear nothing about grandpa. So I know somebody want to say, well, you know, grandma could be married. Grandma could be married. Now let's be realistic though. Let's be realistic. If grandma is married and we're talking about replacing a dad for somebody else, why wouldn't the dad be replaced with the granddad if grandma is married? Let's be realistic about this stuff, y'all. She said, I don't have a dad, but I got a grandma. If grandma was married, how come she didn't say, I don't have a dad, but I got a granddad? Why would you replace your dad with a woman if you got a granddad? So the chance of her having a granddad is pretty much out the window. Yeah, she got one technically, just like she got a dad. Technically, somebody gave the sperm for her to be born. Technically, she got a granddad out there somewhere. She just don't know who he is. Now, let's keep it real, y'all. Is this young girl being taught to value a man being there? Y'all hear what she's saying? Is she taught that it's valuable to have a man around? Because grandma ain't got no husband. Mama ain't got no husband. And in her poem or her presentation, whatever you want to call it, she literally replaced a dad with a grandma. Okay? She literally replaced the dad with a grandma. Now, I'm giving her credit. She's a small child. She doesn't understand how stupid this is. I'm giving her that much credit. But she's telling on her mama and her grandma. That's the crazy part for me. She telling on her mom and her grandma. And like I said, I know y'all can't see it now, but where I got the post from, you had all type of folks celebrating this young lady, saying she gonna be an incredible person and dad is missing out. No. Dad's an adult. Dad is a man. More than likely, dad is a black man. So guess what? he gonna have to deal with the real world. Who is missing out is the girl, because she is not being developed the way she should because she don't have a dad. She don't live with her daddy. She don't get to go to sleep with her dad watching over the house at night. She don't get to understand how that is. All right. That's a big thing for kids, whether y'all realize it or not. Okay. It's a big thing for children to know that their dad is going to take care of problems if problems should arise. Because dads already deal with problems from children's standpoint anyway. Y'all know the monster in the closet and all that type of stuff, the monsters under the bed. Dads handle all that stuff anyway. Children grow up with a sense of security because a dad is there. Point blank period, y'all. Kids sleep better at night because they know dad is coming home, even if they go to bed before the dad get off work. Let's say the dad worked second shift, not even overnight, but he worked second shift. So let's say dad go in at, what's it? Dad does a 3 to 11. Okay, let's say dad got a 3 to 11. They sleep better knowing that dad's gonna get off work and come home. You know? That's one of the reasons boys learn, well, one of the ways boys learn how to protect a house. Boy have chat with dad. Yeah, you know, I protect the house. It is what it is. This is how I do it. Okay? As the boys get older, hey, you make sure this is locked, make sure this is closed, do this, do that. I'm gonna make it home. I get home by 11:45. You all you got to worry about is this time to this time. Okay, 11:45. I'm gonna be home. I got it. You ain't got to worry about it no more. You know, just make sure when I get home, I find everything locked up. Okay, there has been some children punished because dad got home and everything wasn't locked up the way it was supposed to be locked up. Dad say this is the protocol for the household until I get home. So a lot of men, we learn what our jobs are and we learn how to protect people through what our dads tell us as we're growing up as little boys. Okay. Now shout out to Afro Merch. He said, when I'm not here, you're the man of the house. Now, y'all, I don't promote going quite that far. Okay. I don't promote going that far to tell my son he the man of the house. You my backup. You know what I'm saying? You gonna hold it down till I get here, but I ain't gonna never tell. I don't think this is a positive thing. I did a whole show about this one. I don't think it's a positive thing to tell a small child that they the man of the house because you put them in a position that they can't possibly achieve. So I don't take it that far. Okay, I don't take it that far. Okay. Shout out to Yogami. Yogami say, at the Roger Report Live, I just watched the video via Afro Merch's link. The mother is a stripper advocating for what? Hold on. Now I got to know, are you being serious or not? He says the mother is a stripper advocating for it in the most unsavory way. She's I guess you mean condoning her children disgusting behavior. Okay. The sad part is, Gilman, this don't sound like a joke. This don't sound like a joke. You know what? I doubt it's a joke because of the video. I mean, the link that I found originally, and I heard what the girl said. So no way this is a joke. Okay, no way this is a joke. And there go Gilgamy in the comments confirming. He says no joke. She has videos advocating pole dancing with your baby on your back. So she wants to get them started straight from the room. She wants them to come out the womb and straight to the pole. She don't want to waste no time. Okay, she don't want to waste no time. All right. Gilgamy even says she was interviewed on a mainstream TV news channel because because of the backlash. Now, my thing is this, y'all. I didn't have to research nothing to find out mama was trash. I want to leave that out there. Okay. I didn't do no research to figure out mama was trash. I just listened to the girl talk. Okay. Nowhere in the world I'm going to listen to this girl talk and not think mama trash. Okay. It was too much dead giveaways out there. You asked your mama, did you have a dad? So you didn't even know. Okay. You didn't know. Okay. You told your mama you thought dads come from the store, which means your mama never told you where dads come from. Okay. You never mentioned the dad to the daughter. That's what it really means. You never mentioned the dad to the daughter. So this is a very, very purpose situation, a very deliberate situation going on. Okay. You said, well, I don't have a dad, but I got a grandma. Ain't no child gonna come up with that on their own. Ain't no child mentally gonna replace some man with a woman. I don't know if y'all have ever paid attention to that, but when you listen to small children talk, they don't replace men with women. They don't replace women with men. That's something children do not generally do. That is something you have to be taught to do. Okay? Something you got to be taught to do. I'm not saying a child won't come up with a replacement theory in their head, but it's going to be man for man, it's going to be woman for woman. Children do not switch genders on their own. I ain't never seen it. I'm going to tell you that much. I ain't never seen one example where a small child is going to change the gender of any particular person. If they have to switch a person, they're going to switch it for the same gender. So I know that was something this little girl was taught. Yeah, you ain't got no dad, but you got a grandma. What the heck is that? First of all, my grandma old. All right. That's number one. Grandma old. Okay. I'm a little kid. Grandma old, man. Okay. Now I know some of y'all might have had a young grandmother. Y'all, I didn't see no pictures of my grandmas like back in the day being fine. Well, no, I can't. I'm not saying that right. Before I could see how my grandmas looked like back in their day when they was considered fine and all that, I had to see that in old pictures, man. Okay, I had to see that in old pictures. I never had a young grandmother. Okay, I didn't have a young grandmother. I don't know what it's like to have a young grandmother. I got my theories, you know. It ain't something I would necessarily be interested in. But my grandmothers was old. My whole life, they looked like grandmas to me. Okay. I didn't have no grandma who quote unquote still had it or whatever. My grandma's was already married, already older, already clearly out the game. I didn't have no grandmas that looked like they dating anybody. Okay. And I'm not saying they was ugly or something. I love my grandmas, but they was old ladies to me. But I think that's the way it's supposed to be. Why would my grandmas be some old ladies? They're grandmas. All right. And y'all may say, well, you know, it don't take that much time for somebody to be old. Okay, if we just been, let's say you have a child at 20. Okay, you have a child at 20. Cool. That child has a child at 20. Okay, so if when I'm born, grandma at least 40. Okay, grandma at least 40. All right. All right. So now when I get a sense of who my grandma is, how old am I gonna be? You know, you're not gonna remember a bunch of stuff past, you know, like the first memory I believe the first memory that I can remembering anything, which is crazy work, was just the wall. My first memory is of looking out of a window at my neighbor's house. That's my first memory. You know, maybe that was 4 years old. Maybe that was 4 years old. Okay. all my memories of grandma, these were old ladies at this particular point. Now I come from a bigger family, and I'm not the oldest grandchild or anything like that. But, so my grandmas were old ladies, okay? And it makes sense to me. Because like I said, even if you're the first one, I mean, a person have a kid around 20, that kid have another kid around 20 themselves, grandma at least 40 at that point. Now you grow up 5 years old, how old is grandma? Grandma 45 already. Now, you ain't gonna necessarily remember a whole bunch of your life 5 years old and down. Okay, let's say you 7, 8, but let's say 10 years old, you really got a lot of good memories at 10 years old. At 10, your grandma already 50. Okay? She's supposed to be out the game already. She's supposed to be married, chilling in the cut, baking some cookies. You know what I'm saying? She's supposed to be excited about the grandkids visiting. I don't know if that's going on with this particular young lady's grandma. Okay? Because I have a sneaking suspicion that grandma trifling. That's what I got. I got a sneaking suspicion that grandma trifling. Okay? I think mama trifling. Not based on anything Yogami has shared with us. I mean, that helps to confirm. But I base that grandma and mama were both trifling simply off the words this young lady said. Okay? Shout out to Afro Merchant. He said grandma was like Morgan Freeman. You never seen them young. That's real talk, man. I'm gonna say back in my day, grandmas were old, man. Real talk. Back in my day, you was shocked when you saw like a picture of grandma when she was young. That was shocking to see a picture of grandma when she was young. That was clearly a shock. Okay. Shout out to Afro Merchant. He said, "Grandma removed the original link." Well, I'm assuming you don't mean the original link. You probably meant that whoever promoted the link, I guess they trying to get their money on. You want to see my grandbaby? You gonna come? You gonna come to the original channel to see my grandbaby? That's what you gonna do. Okay, let's see what this say, y'all. Chris Reed, I just saw the first few words. He said, "Everybody mad and upset at Big Mama." I saw that. So I said, let me read what Chris Reed's saying here. So let's see what Chris Reed is throwing on the table, y'all. Chris Reed says, "Everybody mad and upset at Big Mama on Soul Food." On Soul Food for what she did, but that woman had a roof over those kids' heads, and that should matter most. I don't know, man. Chris, I'm gonna say this right now. I don't remember all the Soul Food. I ain't seen it in such a long time. But what matters most is having a granddad. I'm gonna tell you that. Now, if she had a granddad in that movie, okay, she did the right thing. Okay. But what matters most is family, y'all. And I'm not saying this to go against you, because I don't even remember Soul Food like that. You know what I'm saying? I just don't. I ain't seen it in so long. But I will say this, y'all. When you got family, what matters most is family. Because when you take away the other stuff, the last thing I want taken from me is family. Okay? It's nice to have a nice house. It's nice to have a mansion. It's nice to have an apartment. Hey, it's nice to have a bum apartment. When I got my first bummy apartment, it was mine, so I was cool with it. Okay? It's nice to have all that stuff. It's nice to have a nice car to drive. Okay, heck, it was nice to have a bum car to drive, my first car. Okay, but it was mine, so I dug it. Okay, it's nice to have all kinds of stuff, but when you want to get real about stuff, the most important thing is family. That's what it should be for everybody. Now I know obviously it's not that for everybody, because ain't no in the world that family is the most important thing to this little girl who was on the stage. What y'all think she think about family? Now, luckily, she does have time to change and to move away from the thinking of her parents. And there are some children who are going to rebel from what they're taught as a child. There's some people who are going to rebel from it. I'm just simply going to hope she's one of them. Because if she keeps going in the footsteps she's in right now, she obviously gonna be a trash woman. This little girl cannot think family is important. She literally in her presentation replaced dad with grandma. This is not a woman who thinks family is, well, when she grows up, she will not be a woman who thinks family is important if she doesn't change. Okay. So why would I ever want to deal with a woman like that? Now, of course, she's gonna be too young for me, but why would I tell any young man deal with a woman who don't care nothing about family? Y'all think about that. How much can she care about family if she's trying to replace her grandma with, or is she trying to replace her dad with a grandma? This is one of the worst things ever. But we want to believe black women are okay as people. You know, people want to fight for that. You know, somebody said in the comments yesterday, you know, in the video that got deleted, you know, she's gonna grow up to be a strong black woman. She's gonna have a whole village behind her. Okay. Somebody said she gonna have a whole village behind her. I literally I replied to that person and said, how she gonna have a village? She don't even got a dad. This is the crazy stuff that black women think and perpetuate in our society, but we think they okay. How do you get a village and you ain't got no dad? Now y'all tell me, when stuff hits the fans, who really show up? Does the village show up for people when stuff hit the fan? Or do it be your family that show up for people when stuff hit the fan? Let's be realistic about this. Who's really showing up? It's a lot of black women right now who got eviction notices. The notice has been served, some time went past, and they done got thrown out the house. Okay? Where was the village? That's what I'm gonna ask y'all. Where was the village? You know, all these black women that recently got put out their house or put out their apartment, whatever it was. All these women were put out, they with all the women that were put out their homes. Okay, where was the village? You know, we done talked a little bit about black women losing jobs. Okay, they said about 500,000. Now, I know when I was discussing, it was around 300,000. I've heard from that point forward, it's been about 500,000 black women who done lost a job in the job market. Where was the village? Okay, where was the village then? See, this is why women need to be told the truth. Because we grow up in these delusional situations. Well, I can't say we because I ain't one of them. So I can't even claim a we on that. You know, thank God I ain't one of them. But they grow up in with these delusional thoughts. They told all this nonsense from older women, and don't think this is a mama telling her nonsense and grandma ain't included. You know, grandma ain't. She said I got a grandma, which means what? If she accepted, because somebody told her, if she accepted that grandma can replace dad, that means she listening to them old broads. Okay, that's what's happening. She listening to them old broads. So where was the village, man? It was a bunch of women that got let go. Where was the village? You know, they love talking that village stuff, but where was the village? You know, I didn't even see no. Y'all, usually it's like some story on the news out there. They give y'all like the feel good story about something. So I didn't even see a feel good story about how some woman got put out of her place and because she didn't pay her rent during COVID. You know, she couldn't catch them on the rent. She got put out. And for a feel good story, we're gonna take this woman and we gonna buy her a home. Like usually it's like a feel good story out there. They'll do stuff like that so people don't look at how dumb stuff is. Okay. But I didn't even see that. You know, I didn't see not one COVID recoup situation. about somebody who got thrown out their home. Okay. Now we know black women been getting evicted. Not one feel good like y'all didn't do it for nobody. That's crazy. That is crazy. Not one feel good story. But hey, it is what it is. And see, my thing is you got to be held accountable for what you believe. So nobody coming to your rescue. I would never mock black women for having to deal with that. But I'm also gonna accept the fact that a lot of these situations are self-caused. And I do apologize. I do got to take this phone call for one moment. I'm gonna make this extremely quick. I do apologize. I'm sorry about this, y'all. Just give me one quick moment. No, I done messed around and missed it. I messed around and missed it. That might cost me. Hopefully they call back, but I done messed around and missed it. But now shout out to Yoga. He says a grandma but no grandpa. Self-inflicted generational curse. What was he? This is the hard part for people to accept about that. They put curses on the younger folk. Because yeah, there is a grandma, no mention of a grandpa. So that means grandma put the curse on her daughter. Okay. But now daughter is doing the same thing. So grandma put the curse on her daughter. Daughter done put the curse on the child who on the stage right now, who will probably never qualify to be a wife. Now, I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm a root against her. I'm not rooting against the young lady. I hope she turns it around. But she's going to have to be in rebellion from not just her mama. She'll have to be in rebellion from her grandma too, I'm sure. And the truth is, when you rebel against grandma, sometimes you have to literally rebel against the whole family. Y'all give me 1 second, please. They did call back, so give me 1 second. All right, I do apologize about that, folks. I do apologize about that. You know, we having some issues. Jay Moore, I see you in the building. He said, "Where's the sound?" Sorry about that, brother. We got it. I'm back. I'm back in the building. I'm back in the building. Okay, had this slight difficulty. I had to take a call, y'all, and it had to be taken. Okay, y'all know I do everything I can to avoid anything happening while the show was on air. Okay. Now, what I was going with this is that you have girls who are going to develop into women. Now, there is a level of delusion that goes on with Black women. It's not a small level of delusion. It's a huge level of delusion that goes on with Black women, because they become these women. Now, you see, I don't know how old this girl is. Like I said, okay, we looking at somebody. I'm saying I'm giving her 11 at best. Okay, I'm giving her 11 years old. Okay, I don't know. All right, but we got a 34-year-old and a 33-year-old in comparison to this person who's 11 years old. Now, what's going on with this situation? Well, this is the thing. The person who's 34 believes she has a successful marriage. She's not married right now, but she believes that she believes that somehow her marriage is successful. How are you not married now, but you're not mentioning you're a widow, but your marriage is successful? A successful marriage, y'all, is one that you actually are in until you die. That's a successful marriage. You know, I understand that could hit somebody close to home. Okay. Okay. Not that I think a ton of women listening to this right now, I know that can hit somebody close to home, but that's the reality of what the situation is. A successful marriage is something you do until you die. You get married to a person, you know, you have your, you know, you do these oaths, how we gonna be together, and it's gonna be us until death do us part. Death do us part. So how do I know if a person has a successful marriage? Somebody died, and that's when the marriage ended. That is the first indicator that you're having a successful marriage. Okay. Now, I told y'all, I do like to talk to folks who've been married 30 years or longer. Okay. Because they can see a lot about the world and what's going on. And they've been through some trials and tribulations, and they didn't just give up immediately. Okay. Because they've been together for 30 years. When you put 30 years in, okay, you got your first decade in, so I know you were serious about the marriage. You got your second decade in, and I don't care what nobody say, you're going to go through some real issues by the time you get to the second decade. Ain't nobody life just cruising like that. Now, maybe if you're rich, you're not stressing over money like that, but then even rich people stress over money because a lot of folks is trying to get too rich too quick. They try to make moves that's a little too big. Sometimes they overestimate stuff. They want to be seen in a certain way. They want to be seen with a certain level of power. So even money can still put strains. It's just a different kind of strain. Okay, you might be stressing over $1,000. They might be stressing over 10 million. So even rich people still have strains that go on. Your marriage has been able to go through something if you've been together sexually for 20 years. 30 years, man, you know what this is. Ain't nobody finna fool you. You know this, okay? You know this marriage thing, okay? But see, these little girls, this is somebody's potential wife one day. Now, I don't think she's gonna ever get married, truthfully. So she's a potential wife that will never reach her potential, if you ask me. And I'm not saying that because I'm trying to wish it on her. I really hope for her sake that she'll stop listening to her mama and her grandma and all the people that agree with her mama and her grandma, which I understand is a hard battle for women because women are natural followers. That's the way they were made. So for her to say, "Hey, I don't want to follow down this road that I'm going to end up like my grandma and I'm going to end up like my mama." No, which girls can do, but a lot of times they're never confronted with it. Because I confront when I do have a chance to talk to girls, I do make them confront what their mama is. I literally ask them, Look, I don't know your mama, but think about your mama. Do you really want to grow up to be like her? And I get consistent no's. None of these little girls I ever get a chance to talk to ever say yes. Not the little black girls, because that's who I talk to if there's an opportunity to do so. So I don't do it as often as I used to, because I done did counseling stuff and all that. Then did volunteer stuff, so I don't talk to them as much nowadays. But when I do get a chance to talk to girls, I simply ask, "Do you want to be like your mama?" I don't know your mama, but you know your mama. Do you really want to end up like her? Do you really want to end up like your grandma? Is that what you want? Because if you don't want to end up like them, then you better start doing something a different way. And I'm giving you some different ways to start making some moves, but I can only do so much if I'm not a regular person in that child's life. So my thing is, if you can drop the seed on them and they grow a little better, okay, cool. And that's why I have encouraged men, whatever girls y'all have influence on, man, throw them something. They need it. How do I know they need it? Look at the story we're covering right now. You got a little girl talking about she done replaced dad with grandma, and we got a 33-year-old and a 34-year-old. The 33-year-old ain't never been married. The 34-year-old think her marriage is successful, even though she's clearly divorced at this particular point, because she said she was married, but she did not say she's a widow. So she think her marriage is successful simply because she got married. If your marriage is successful, why ain't you in it? Simple question. If it's a successful marriage, why aren't you in it? Because it sounded to me like your marriage failed. That's what it sounded like to me. Yeah, I was married. I'm not in my marriage anymore. Sounds like you failed. Because of course I would ask, well, are you a widow? And as soon as you say, no, I'm not a widow, then your marriage failed. Ain't no getting around that, y'all. Now, I know that may hurt somebody's feelings. Okay. And what that gonna mean? It did nothing change because your feelings got hurt. A successful marriage is one that stays together until somebody dies. Now, I do understand some women are gonna make arguments and say, well, you don't know if the people was happy in that marriage. Well, you don't know that they weren't. Yeah, there's gonna be some people that's happy and some people that's not. But guess what? An unhappy marriage for a woman is far better than an unhappy single life. Because they act like the woman who's unhappy in the marriage is going to be happy being single. As if happiness don't come from within. So what's the issue with an unhappy marriage? The main issue with an unhappy marriage is the wife refuses to be happy. That's usually what's going on in an unhappy marriage. Now, I get it. Folks can't really say stuff like that. But how you gonna make me be unhappy? I'm a grown man. How you gonna make me be unhappy? Do you know the physical things you have to do to make me unhappy? Because I like me. You know what else I like? I like my family. You know what else I like, y'all? I like my friends. Okay? Y'all know what? I even like my associates. That's why I associate with them. Now, has there ever been a person I had to be around that I didn't like? Sure. I've had plenty of experience being around somebody I didn't like, customers I didn't like. Okay, I worked for people I didn't like. I had coworkers I didn't like. Y'all know what I do if I get in a situation where I'm around somebody I don't like? I just simply limit my time of being around them. I figure out what I need to do to be around them as little as possible so they don't mess up what I got going on. So now this is probably something you may not hear in marriage counsel. I don't know. If your marriage is unhappy, the first thing you need to do is learn to be happy. Because it ain't your spouse's job to make you happy. It never was and it'll never be. Your spouse is supposed to look out for you, sure, but they can't make you happy. You got to make yourself happy. Now, All I know is what I hear. You got a lot of folks tripping. Okay. You got a lot of folks tripping, who will quote unquote dig into marriage counseling. Okay. You got a lot of women that's unhappy when they go to the marriage counselor. Now, I do understand you may want a guy to do something different, and you can talk about a person doing something different. You can talk about a person, see if they're going to change a habit. Okay. A lot of men love their woman enough that they will change a habit just to keep their woman cool. But you got to be happy already. So I understand there's some people who can go to marriage counseling and it don't quote unquote work for them. That's because folks ain't really, at least from what I can tell, I'm gonna just say from what I can tell, okay, folks ain't really being told you got to fix the happy part on your own. Your husband can't make you happy. Your wife can't make you happy. Now I think it's more the women than the men. But look, if I go to a marriage counselor and I'm sitting there with my wife, and if she or he, whatever it is talking to me about changing something without telling my wife she needs to learn to be happy, I ain't paying for that. I don't care what I do. I can't make somebody else happy. What I can do is enjoy myself. Now, y'all, I got that down pat. Okay, I enjoy myself through all types of situations. So, okay, that's how I know that little girl that's on that stage, more than likely, she burned up. Because I know I'm not going to pick an adult version of that. I ain't talking to grandma and I ain't talking to mama. Okay. I sincerely thought they was trash women when I heard this little girl speak. And the only thing that has happened since that point is that I've gotten some confirmation that they're trash women. That's all I've got. Okay. You know, so I got what I expected from that one. I expected trash, and now we got some folks looking into it. Okay, seems like mommy is trash. Okay, so and I'm pretty sure she's a chip off the old block, as they say, when it comes to grandma. So you had people in the comments talking about, well, she gonna have the village. Where's the village gonna come from? There, how does a bunch of women with no men get a village? Because they leave each other hanging all the time. Now, I'm not going to say black women don't rally around stuff on social media, because they do. They do. But when you start talking about putting time and money up, it gets a little bit different. And I won't even say black women won't help each other from a financial situation, but usually it seems to be a financial situation where the money's coming from somewhere other than themselves. If they can get money from somebody else to help you, cool. But digging into their own pocket, digging into their own pocket seems to be a very different thing when it comes to black women. Okay. Will a black woman sit down and try to fill out information so you can get a grant? I'm sure they would. Okay. But if she gonna go into her own pocket to help you pay for something you need to pay for, that's a little different. Okay. That's a little different. Should they help each other? I mean, everything's contextual. Okay. Everything's contextual. All right. Now, I will say this. They seem to help each other the best way they can without putting money up. They do that. And they do come to each other's back. Now, I would say this. They will shop at each other's stores and things like that. They'll do that when it comes to giving up their own money, but they're still buying the product, but they will buy the product from another black woman's store if she has a location. They'll do stuff like that. I ain't gonna act like they don't do nothing to support each other, because they do. They're always trying to get some other man's money to help them. My friend needs some money. Let me see what some man will do for me, and I'll give that money to my friend. Or they just go straight to the, can you help my friend? That stuff does happen. But helping each other actually have a healthy relationship with men, that don't seem to be their playbook at all. See, y'all remember back in the day when women actually used to try to help each other have a good, healthy relationship with a man? Women don't really do that now. Now, I know some folks may say, well, y'all, it's a few women on social media. Most of the ones y'all think trying to help ain't even trying to help. I'm going to keep it real. Now, I don't tell nobody not to listen to people and all that type of stuff. But what I don't see is women actually trying to help other women for real. I see women who call themselves trying to help other women and still not giving out really good advice. I don't think they check with men to see if the stuff they say actually holds some merit. So I see very few women actually saying anything that's going to help somebody. Very few. Very few. And I'm probably being generous by saying very few. And that's real talk. Okay? Shout out to Dusty Nuts. I ain't seen you in a minute. Glad you found the new channel, though. Glad you found a new channel. Shout out to you. Good to see you, brother. So now, when we have these young girls who turn into these older 33 and 34-year-old women who think that somehow they're successful. Now, y'all saw the 33-year-olds say, well, she don't have a man right now because she's been taught about what to accept. Did y'all think for a second that that young lady's a virgin? Did virgin come across in any kind of way? Of course it did. So is it that she don't accept what she hasn't been taught not to accept? No, that's a lie. Because you would have to be a virgin for that to be the truth. She accepted what she can get. It's that simple at the end of the day. She accepted what she can get, but she clearly don't want to serve a man that's willing to accept her. That's what I picked up from what she said, y'all. She don't even know it's her job to be good enough for the man. So why would a woman who don't even know that that's her job be willing to be in service to a man? So it makes sense to me that she's single. Okay. Now she with a friend who was married and who's now single again. Now, if I look at who her friend is, which is the one we're talking about, I ain't met nobody who I can accept. Why is that married woman hanging out with that single friend? You don't do that unless you're looking to be single again too, which she now is. Now, y'all, if they going out together, you telling me they wasn't hanging out with each other when the one woman was married? Is that what y'all really believe? And that's what I'm saying. This is sad. Back in the day, the married woman would try to teach the single woman how to actually be a wife. That's what would happen. This is how you catch a man. Okay? This is what you do. They used to have that saying, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Y'all think the one who was married taught the other young lady how to cook? Y'all think that really happened? Y'all really think that happened? Shout out to Trail Bailey. He said, virgin. now after listening that she has been dating the entire United Nations. Oh, but you know what? She thinks she's successful too, though. Let's keep that real. She thinks she's successful because she said I can date African American men. What she say? Chinese men? She can date white men. She can date all kinds of men. That's what she said. That's what she said. Okay, she said that. She's successful at dating because she can date all kinds of men. Okay? She don't have just one color of dick chasing her around. I got multiple colors of dicks chasing me around. So I'm a successful dater. Now, there's ways y'all can take that. You can say she's a successful dater because at this point, she's 33 years old and still dating. But so if I want to be a jerk, I can be like, yeah, she's a successful dater because she's 33 years old and she's still dating. The longevity is crazy, okay? The longevity is crazy. Real talk, okay? But I actually happen to know a woman that's a successful dater is the woman who got married. You're not successful at dating as a woman unless you get married. That's where the success is. It's finding a husband. That's the purpose of dating, finding a husband. So no, you're only a successful dater if you find a husband. So she's been dating. She's 33. I don't know what she did as a child, but let's hit her with the 18 years old. Okay. Now, when you make it to 30, which I say you ain't got to ask if they're a loser or not once you're 30, because you're 12 years in the game at 30, y'all. Now she's 33. So you're already 12 years in the game at 30. Now you can add another 3 years to that. So you've been dating for 15 years and you ain't got one husband, but you think you're a successful dater. How can those thoughts live in the same brain, y'all? Think about that. How can those thoughts live in the same brain? And folks like to think black women ain't crazy. They crazy, man. Unfortunately, it's happening to them, and a lot of them ain't gonna even make it to 18 before they've been thoroughly crazed by their mamas and grandmas. Okay. Shout out to Serious Rod. He say, Roger, they think the search is the prize, not the catch. And see, my thing is this, y'all. They screwed up a bunch of women. Okay. They screwed up a bunch of women. And I'm just talking about from a general sense. This is a screwed up bunch of women. You know, you're dating, but you don't get a husband, but you think you're successful at dating. One woman thinks her marriage is successful and she failed at marriage. She's no longer married at this point, but she thinks she had a successful marriage. Nobody died, but she had a successful marriage. Oh, okay. You know, bless her heart. That's all I'm gonna say, y'all. Bless her heart. And then you got women teaching a little girl that her dad can be replaced by grandma, as if that's anywhere near the same thing. And the little girl talking about she ain't missing out on nothing. Well, my thing, and I'm not saying this to taunt the little girl. Not that I think she gonna come across this anytime soon, because my content is specifically for adults. Now, if you share this with your child, that's on you. As a parent, I trust your judgment. You sound like a good parent if you're sharing this with your child, truth be told, because some of this stuff definitely needs to be thought about before they get too old. But let's keep it real, y'all. Let's keep it real. Okay? This little girl cooked. And I'm not saying that to make fun of her. I see what the influence is. The little girl's basically cooked. Now, I hope she rebels against her mama and grandma, so she won't be. But this little girl is just kind of pre-cooked. Like, maybe I ain't gonna say she cooks. She's still a child, technically. But I'm gonna say that obviously the oven is on and they preheating, y'all. They preheating this one. So before she 18, the goal is for her to be thoroughly cooked. Okay? So she can't end up 30 years old and unmarried and a complete loser. That's what the goal is. I'm sure that's her mama's goal. Because why would her mama be having whatever conversations she's having to come up with this stuff at this particular point in time in her life? Okay? Why is this girl saying the stuff she's saying? And it's a shame because it's so many people against us. And that's why I wish y'all had been able to see the link that I found this on, so y'all can see it was a non-black guy. It was some guy, but he wasn't black, who put the link up, quote unquote, in celebration. And then you can see all those women not just black women, women from other colors too. You know, and it was a few dudes who said, y'all, this is crazy work. Y'all shouldn't be celebrating this. Basically got ignored. This lets you know our entire society is clearly 100% against. Well, I ain't gonna even say 100% because that's going a little far. But our entire society is actually against black men. Because why would they celebrate this unless they see this as a good thing, and they know this young lady will grow up and never be worthy of a husband? But y'all, we got a guest coming up, so we got 23andMe got me. Okay, let's see where this is gonna go to. 23andMe got me. You have the floor, my brother. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Hope everything is well with you. Shout out to the chat. I'm going to talk about the last one first because I couldn't see it, but from your explanation, I gotta. Are you there? Hello, Roger. Are you there? Can you hear me in the chat? If you can hear me in the chat, press 1 because I don't see Roger anymore. If you guys can hear me in the chat. Okay. Oh, Roger, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I had my sound down. I had to turn it up so I could hear you.
Okay. So I'll talk about the last one first. From your explanation, I would like to reward her honesty because that is a way of saying, well, too many people banged me on the same day, so I just don't know. And instead of having a proxy dad and y'all do a 23andMe DNA test, I'm just not gonna let 23andMe get me. Because at the end of the day, there should be a lot of people asking who my daddy is. There should be a lot of kids asking who my daddy is. Now, the street interview. I mean, from the first 2 words, you know how those women were getting down. Because he came up there and he asked, like, how are you ladies? And they immediately checked this nigga. Immediately. Like, from 0 to 60. Slave, first of all, you do not ask a woman her age. Right? Get it right. Second of all, my coochie is international. Yellow, white, brown, tan, all been up in my stuff. I'm worldwide, baby. Right? Men love me more than the Tijuana hooker on Cinco de Mayo. Right? So, I mean, at the end of the day, when you got that many different DNAs in you, bro, I mean, you're literally talking to a crazy person. Right? But at the end of the day, when it comes down to basically it comes down to, do black children deserve a father? The world says no. That's what it's about. And that's why men don't have children. That's why black men don't have children. Because at the end of the day, the world says black children don't deserve fathers, and black men ain't really on not taking care of their kids. So they don't have kids. I don't have kids. You don't have kids. It is what it is. And I pass the mic on that.
Okay. Strong words. We got H Rebels joining us though also, so I'm gonna let H Rebels get in here. You got it, my brother.
Yeah, hey, shout out to you, Roger, as the host. Shout out to Mrs. Obama there.
23andMe. You could just call me 23andMe.
Mr. 23. 23andMe. So look, I'm looking at this, and so One of your videos actually didn't activate, so I don't know if that was a mistake. So
No, we put the link in the description. I mean, we put the link in the chat. They took that down over some copyright issue. You know, obviously the whoever put it up originally, which seems like it was the girl's mother based on what the chat is telling me. But we put it in the chat. Afro Merchant, could you drop that link in the chat one more again? So, brother, you need to see it. You definitely need to see it.
Yeah, I'm going to see it. I'll be back. I'm going to see it.
Yeah, I'll do that. Then I'll look at that and I'll come back and make commentary. But the other thing too is that, so as it relates to these women, especially black women, look, when y'all say y'all have dated the rainbow and you over the age of 30, and especially doing a street interview, look, I'm telling you right now, the only thing that's going through a man's mind is that, one, you're not serious about relationships. You're getting answers from other men. All right. And then when they say, well, you know, I get stuff from all races of men. Look, it's really easy for a woman to get sexual interest and, you know, what you call it, effort from other races of men and just black men too. So she was trying to point out that, look, I get black men, I get the white man, the Asian man. All these men want to come and take care of me, this, that, and the third. And then she tried to drill it down to, because now she's trying to look race loyal, which there's no such thing as that as far as race loyalty. All right, because their loyalty hasn't really been tested. And if it were, then it would actually show up in marriage rates. All of that being said, it doesn't make women look good, especially black women, when they say that, especially when you're at a point when you're 30 plus. So she tried to dodge that question. She essentially admitted to that. And the other woman said she was married up to a point. We didn't get to explain. We didn't get to the point where she explained how she was married. And she didn't actually say anything negative about the marriage, which that means, okay, so now you were married, you had it. At some point you didn't want it, and now you're not a part of it. You didn't say that it was this terrible marriage. She didn't say that he did something that was so egregious that she had to leave and go. It's like, okay, yeah, I was married good for it. She even said she was married good, and she had a pretty good marriage up to a point, and then now she's no longer married. So, man, what is that phrase? They're literally shooting themselves in the foot when they say stuff like this. And it makes them look like they're not serious about relationships, marriage, family, community, all the stuff that you hear women talk about, specifically black women. And this is not me complaining about black women. This is just every time I have this discussion, especially when there's black women involved and there's a bunch of black men talking, black women talking, they seem like, or they try to present themselves as, we're very serious about community, but then you hear stuff like this. And my deduction is, no, you're not. You're not serious about it at all, because look at how you're talking. And then you had a woman who was actually married, and she didn't even indicate that it was a bad marriage or the guy did anything that was so egregious that she needed to divorce him. She's just kind of, well, at one point I was married and it was good, but now I don't have that. Like, what are we doing out here, ladies? You're not making yourselves look good. I don't even know men who actually get up there and say, I guess that's why that guy does those street interviews, and he's mostly interviewing women as opposed to men, because I think he realizes he's going to get more honesty from men, and then he actually interviews couples. When usually there's a man and a woman there, he actually interviews a couple, and he gets a lot of honesty from the men if you actually see that content creator. All of that being said, they're just not making themselves look good when they do stuff like that. What's your response to that, Roger?
Now I would say they are who they are. And I'm gonna say that for the guy who does the street interview, he just puts up whatever the best content is, I'm sure, and what the best is happens to be what it happens to be, and he because he can't control what the best content gonna be. He just asking people questions. So I'm gonna cut him a break on that one. Now the thing is you got to take it for what it is. If you're serious, you be serious. Everybody can say they serious, but are you actually serious? You know, I said for a long time I was serious about losing weight, right? But you know, you could catch me at the burger spot. You can catch me eating fried chicken and all that type of stuff. Was I serious at that point? No, not for real. Because if I'm serious about losing weight, why I'm at the chicken spot? You know what I'm saying? Now I'm actually watching what I eat. You see what I'm saying? Oh, see, now you can see I'm serious, because there's always evidence to go with something that you're serious about. So my thing is, yeah, women talk all the time, but realistically, when I watch women talk, do I see more lies or do I see more truth? It just ain't what it is. I know they liars. I just say it because I know that's not quote unquote politically correct to say that women are lying. I'm just talking about what I see, man. They just lie all the time. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying everything that comes out their mouth is a lie. I'm saying they do plenty of lying. So at the end of the day, when they talk about community, but you don't see no evidence that they want an actual community because they don't want the leadership of black men. You know, so anytime they're talking community, they talking about merging themselves with some white folks, maybe. But I don't see them making no effort to make any kind of community with black men.
Hey
Real
Roger,
talk.
I just saw that, and you know what? If my child went to that school, that is the day we moving up out of there. I'd rather my child deal with white supremacy than that. I would rather my child deal with white supremacy around white people all day long than to deal with that. And the fact that they're clapping and screaming and hollering, man, like pack up, black man, pack it up, pack it up, pack it up. We're done.
Oh man, did you just watch the video too,
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah,
22?
we done.
Yeah,
Pack
that
it
is
up,
so damn bad. Yeah, see,
pack it up.
so when people go, where does that mindset come from? That black kids don't need their fathers. That's where it's coming from.
Yeah, I mean, like right, even because I'm not a father, but right now I know if you trying to help the black community, now you're a fool. You are a
Yeah,
fool.
because that little girl, she can't be. She's in middle school at this point,
Yeah,
and she's already look. She's gonna grow up, and she's gonna grow up becoming of adult age, and she's gonna have that mindset, and it's gonna be inculcated and actually instilled in her. So when she actually gets pregnant, and then she doesn't, and that guy doesn't marry her, which she's probably then it's gonna be okay with her, right? And not only that, she's not even gonna be looking at the fact that she should actually evaluate properly to get a husband and a father who wants to be active and present. She's not gonna do that. She's already like, well, look. I ain't got no dad, but I got a mama, I got aunties, I got a whole village. Look, let me tell y'all something about this whole village concept. I want y'all to understand how played out that is. And one of the reasons is that it's putting pressure on everybody else to take up your responsibilities. And no offense to everybody else, but the rest of us just we ain't got time for it. Like it's
One second, kid. Mr. Donnie Mac, we know the second video got compromised. Afro Merchant went and actually found the link for it. So if you look in the chat, man, there's been some links dropped to the video. So just hit that, and you'll see what we talking about. So shout out to Afro Merchant. He went and got the proof, y'all. He went and got the proof for us. Go ahead, kid. Go ahead.
that second video is worse than the first. I mean, because we got adult women who already have a bad mindset. But now, with the first video, with that video with the young lady, and this is no offense to the young lady, she's being taught what she's taught, right? So we're not impugning her at all, right?
yeah. It's not about the kid. Yeah,
Yeah, we're not even. I'm not judging that child at all, that young lady at all. She's a good young kid, and I hope she's doing well in school. I imagine she's doing well, getting good grades, and hopefully she comes out well balanced despite all of this. But what she's going to get is the message that you don't need a husband in order to be successful in life, and so she's going to get the message as an adult that she doesn't even have to qualify the men who she reproduces with. That woman right there, that's how you get future, that's how you get women in the future that just say, that have kids and then be like, well, I don't need a father because I came out okay.
But Kevin, here's my issue. You can teach whatever you want in your home. I really don't give a shit. But the fact that the school allowed that speech to be said is diabolical.
Yeah,
It is
not good.
diabolical because it's even teaching, like, because now if I'm a kid and everybody's screaming, I'm like, oh, mom, kick that out, right? I want to be cool like her.
And then not only that, would the little white kid get up there and do that? Little white girl get up there and do that?
Well, let me say this. Well, I mean, a kid gonna do whatever they taught to do. That's the reality of it. But let me say this though. This is where black men, y'all got to change up the way y'all think. The community is you. Women have never made a community. As soon as the men die, that quote unquote community don't exist anymore. What you gotta also do is start seeing people who not attached to you. This is an unmarried woman. It's just some unmarried woman's daughter talking. She ain't a part of us. Grandma not married either. She not a part of us. They're not part of the black community. They are just black women floating around and in limbo, and they gonna end up wherever they end up. They're not part of a black community. They don't have a community.
No, I disagree because black community is men, women, and institutions and cultural norms, right? Also, so even if you want to discredit, even if you want to discredit women, they're cultural norms, right? And in the black community, the cultural norms is what she's talking about.
A community has always been married people doing stuff.
That is not today's black community. No, it's not. No, it's not.
If you ain't married, if you ain't as a woman ain't married to a man, you're not really in it. You're just somebody floating around because you may end up marrying a white man. You may end up marrying a Chinese man. You may end up marrying some Mexican man. How you a part of our community and you being led by some other man?
And black men accept half whatever half black as a half whatever half black boys as a part of their community. Black men accept single black women as a part of their community. That is the social norms.
No, I literally just said black men need to start changing how they thinking and get back to what reality is. But what I'm saying, reality has always been you had this married group of people that was doing certain things. And they will highlight the best of whatever they could accomplish, no matter what community you're talking about. Why should we move away from that just because we black?
Because whatever the reason is, reality today is single in the black community, single parents, men are optional. We live in a monarchy. That's the reality today. Matter of fact, you're gonna have men because black rule was right on this point. You're gonna have men to defend that. So even if we want to discredit the women and say black men are the only people that decides the community, the social norms amongst them are what that little girl just talked about. So I'm still not fucking with them.
No, I mean, I get what you're saying, but this is the thing. We're the men, so therefore we set the rules. If we see something we don't like, we change it. It ain't that no more. Maybe it was. It ain't that no more because we say so. And we got to get other people to align with that. Stop giving credit to something you don't want. If you give it credit, it's going to always be there.
But majority of black men are okay with that. And I'm not here to change people's mind. Hell no, I'm not.
Well, I'm definitely here to change people, man, especially black men. Because my thing is, they need to be reset. I'm gonna tell a black man you wrong. Something wrong with you. If you think women in charge like that, you ain't a real man at all. Y'all talk that real man. So how you a real man? Do you think women supposed to be in charge?
So the issue with pushing that message is that when it all goes to crap, and there's a good bit of this single mother led whatever it's going to crap, then the blame goes directly to the men. They completely skip over the mother. We're not going to put any pressure or on the kids and all this other stuff because they're the products of that. But what I'm telling you is that when it all goes bad, the very first thing somebody's talking about is, well, the father wasn't there. Okay, so now you got people up here praising the fact that the father's not there. That's a mindset. It's a dangerous message. It's a dangerous message, and that shouldn't have passed by any intelligent what you call it, kids scrutiny or something. Or I'm sorry,
any intelligent adult should have caught that.
Yeah, any intelligent adult should have caught that. And even if she was going to press that message, then it should have been a message of, hey, let's talk about family, village, and whatever. So even if she was going to have that message, she was been like, look, I don't have a father. I would really like to have one, but I also have this. Even if she was going to go with that message, still there was a way she could have delivered that message.
Well, she's a girl. She gonna be wrong because a little girl just not gonna be at the level of an adult. So we can accept. See, I can accept her stupidity because I know it's a child's stupidity. So it's cool. You know what I'm saying? I don't expect kids to have all the answers. The issue is the adults accepted this, and like I said, where I pulled it from, where they took that link down, it was a non-black man who posted it because he wanted celebrated. And it was a bunch of black women and non-black people celebrating this. Now, I will say there was a couple black guys I did see in there, and they was like, y'all crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it was a bunch of black women and then a bunch of non-black people pushing this as it should be celebrated. So this just tells you your entire society is basically against you.
Yeah, that's the hypocrisy of the society, right? Because how many times have you heard non-black people criticize, oh, what we need to do, we got to get the black fathers back in the home. We got to get them in the homes. like this is a hypocrisy of not only the women, but everybody, like entirely U.S. society. It's as if fatherlessness in the black community is actually a state-sanctioned and approved program.
And a celebrated thing amongst a random person in society. That
While
was really my point.
Yeah. And not only that, Roger, while at the same time bitching and whining and complaining about it.
But let me get Inspired to broadcast get in because he ain't had a chance to say nothing. And let me say this too. It's not that I disagree with 23andMe. It's not that we disagree. What I'm saying is I see what it is, but because I'm a man, I get to dictate now it's got to change. So I get what he's saying. And I ain't gonna say he's wrong, but I'm a man. I just showed up. It's got to change now. So it ain't what it used to be. It's what the new thing is now, and that's what I'm gonna push. But go ahead, Inspired Truth.
All right. Good day to you all. Everybody in the chat. Good day to you, Raj, as well. Can you hear me, by the way? Let me make sure I'm coming in loud and clear.
Yeah, we hear you fine. We hear you fine.
All right. So I only got maybe 5 minutes tops before I have to dip out, but I really had to jump in on this one here. There's a lot to kind of unpack here. First we have a minor being basically caught, I don't need a man early on. That's the first thing that we have here. And we have a whole society, a culture that's applauding that. Then we want to also keep in our mind that we have also women that perpetuate the myth that what you really need to get a man to get a husband is to be a 304. We have those two dynamics going on at the same time. And to kind of tip my hat off to 23andMe, he's kind of got a point. We have our delineation that we can do, that we try to say, hey, we're separate from that dysfunctional community, but also we still have how we're viewed in aggregate, that in the macro we're kind of viewed basically as the same. And at some point we do actually have to unify so we can kind of deal with the dominant society. We have to steer this ship, try to turn this ship around and get our ideas out into the broader Black culture. But so we have kind of two things going on at the same time. Both are correct. You're correct. He's correct. We're both correct. All three of us are correct in this assessment. And then fourth thing that we have is kind of this dynamic that I spoke about before, where we have kind of pro-blacks that believe and honestly believe that, okay, in order for you to really talk on some of these things, you kind of need a relationship with a Black woman to actually co-sign on that. And then some of those folk are actually with biracials that we're creating. It's madness.
I just don't like false narratives. A pro-Black means a Black believes in Black men's leadership. If you don't believe in that, you're not pro-Black. I don't care what you said. If you don't believe in Black men's leadership, you ain't pro-Black. So most of the people y'all refer to as pro-Black are just white supremacists. When the white man is in charge and you good with it, and you think it's supposed to be that way, you're a white supremacist. I don't care nothing about you talking about how you pro-Black and you talking white supremacy.
No, but I mean, but Roger, we gotta be.
If pro-Black is a problem with, if pro-Black mean a man can't lead, and if the man is leading, any color woman's gonna be okay. If you disagree with that, you're not pro-Black. Because if you pro-Black, you want Black men in charge.
Pro-Black was coined by Huey Newton, and pro-Black meant spending your dollars with Black businesses. That is the initiation of what pro-Black is. We can't change history.
Okay, if you believe in spending your money at Black businesses, that means you believe a Black man needs to be in charge. Because who does that? Black men. Who's going to facilitate that? Black men. Who's gonna make sure their kids understand this? What we supposed to do when you're growing up? Black men. If you ain't got if you're not for black leadership, you can't be pro-black. And black leadership is gonna come through men.
But that's not what black. That's not what pro-black means. And black women are better at. Well, black women are better at spending money with black women than black men are.
But black women ain't pro-black.
They're not. But at the end of the day, pro-black means to spend your dollars in black business. I mean, that's what Huey Newton coined the term as.
Well, okay, so we can argue about an update for the term if that's your argument. The thing is that you got to have a community, and this is a dangerous mindset, and it's very interesting, Roger. You said this was pulled from a non-black man's page.
Exactly.
Why he's so and again, it goes to the hypocrisy of look at this. Look here. Look over here. Look over here. Look how they're praising the fact that fathers ain't there. Now that same guy, whatever race he is, I can almost guarantee you he ain't gonna take some little kid from his racial group and be like, we don't need fathers. I'm good over here, despite not having a father. He can be like, what the hell is this? Do you know that it took me a little while to get offended? I was offended that people were asking me questions about my my marital status and fatherhood status, and if I had all my kids with the same woman, I was like, I'm offended, but I don't know why I'm offended. Why? And then I started looking into the data and all these stereotypes about black men. I'm like, that's where this is coming from. These MFers, I'm trying to be nice here because I know you don't like profanity. These MFers think I got kids all over the place. I'm literally a married man with kids by the same woman. What the hell y'all talking about? Why you asking me this question? Because you didn't ask that dude. You didn't ask that dude. But when it came to me, one of the first times I was offended by this was I was in the line for processing. We were getting ready to go on a mission. And they were like, marital status, whatever. How many kids you did? All by the same woman? I'm like, you didn't ask that dude. He said he was married. Why you ain't ask him? Why you just asking me? Why you looking at me like I'm crazy? Like, why wouldn't all my kids be by the same woman? I didn't even know why I was offended. I was just offended. And then I started, doing a little bit of research and figuring out, okay, that's where all these stereotypes come from. When my daughters were in college and my son was out doing his thing, people were like, they were surprised that, well, yeah, I talked to my dad last week. Like, he calls me every week. Yeah, I went to go visit my daughter in college. Yeah, this is my dad right here. Oh, you got a father? Well, yeah. Why wouldn't you? Like, who do you think's paying for all of this stuff? Yeah. I'm the guy paying for this crap. What are you talking about? He's like, yeah, when I need money, this is the guy I'm calling. Remember I told you I needed to call and get money? That's who I'm calling. Like even my daughter had to defend me at one point. I'm like, where is all of this coming from?
The negative stereotypes about us go broadly unchecked, including by other black people. Like that's what happens. Even on other black men's cosign on this stuff, which is mind-boggling. But like they're actually embracing negative stereotypes about themselves and embracing this whole looking glass self image.
Well, no, it's not surprising. Black men are working what their mamas taught them. Mama trapped. Yeah, mama got rid of daddy. Mama ain't gonna let you get around daddy. What you think mama's telling her son the whole time to get him to buy into all this stuff? So this is a very normal thing that this has been pushed your whole life. Whatever a child see growing up, to them it's normal. The issue is we got to fight for what's the truth is and stop accepting the dumb stuff as normal. And we got to say something. That's why I put the little girl thing in here. Because I'm just saying, hey, this is like a beginning part. The two older women, this is just like a down the road part. It's all part of the same mindset at the end of the day.
Yeah, because those two women, if they didn't mention that they have kids, but if they do have kids, they don't see the men as important. They're like, no,
they definitely don't.
Yeah,
I mean, a successful marriage is could you stay with them for a little bit? Because you said I had a very successful marriage, but then divorce means it wasn't successful. The fuck?
Well, she didn't even indicate that it was a bad marriage and the guy did anything wrong, but actually reciprocate the divorce. She just it was like, I had a good marriage, but you know what? Yeah, I got bored and I left. Yeah, she wasn't gonna put herself on blast.
But there is something to be said when you would literally say you had a successful marriage, yet there was no death till you part. That's crazy.
That's
crazy.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Like, look, at the end of the day, man, like, after seeing that and the fact that school officials was like, yeah, that seems like a great speech to give. I'm packing my kids up. We out of that school. We out of there.
Well, but the thing is, though, ain't no father gonna let that slide. Now, now, the only way a father will let that slide is be like, look, I'm active, I'm available. There are times periods when I have to go work outside of the country, and I'm not, as available as I want to be. But I have this, I have my father, I have my mother, I have my family, I have this, I have a community, right? See, you're including the father, right? See the difference? See, they're writing them out all together, and they're praising it. And these idiots are literally clapping, and the aunties and giving a shout out to everybody else except the man who should be, except the man who's supposed to be leading the whole damn thing, because now you're saying he's unnecessary. That overarching sentiment among black people, among black women specifically, is what's actually causing a lot of the problems. And then then my issue is this: even if that's your sentiment and that's your true belief and that's your ideology and that's how you want to live, then what you cannot do is bring any of the blame to black men. That's one of the issues I have with it, and that's where a lot of this problems, all the fault goes to black men. No matter what the woman does, well, I was there and I did this and I did that. Okay, so you got to take blame for the outcome too. Oh, no. We're going to blame the absent father. The guy that you never wanted to begin with.
Well, the thing is I am trying to actually bring the highlight that and get men's mind to change. The person who raised a child is the person who raised a child. It's not the fault of a person who wasn't there. It's never the fault of a person who wasn't there. That's just how reality goes. You can't employ me and then say, you can't make me a janitor and employ me and then write me up when I come to the job. I report to the job because I'm going to do this janitorial work that I really don't want to do. And I report to your job, and the first thing you do is write me up because the place is dirty. No, I wasn't here. It's not my fault the place is dirty. I don't want to hear nothing about the place is dirty. I just got hired. I just showed up. It's not my fault. I wasn't here. Now, in a month, you can talk to me about what's going on, but you can't talk to me today about any of the results because I wasn't here for any of these results. These results already happened before I showed up. They ain't got nothing to do with me. I ain't apologizing for them. I ain't gonna sign no order. You can't tell me nothing about this stuff. It's never the person's fault who wasn't there.
The thing about these clips here is
that the madness for me is this: how can you be a slut? Look, you can't. Look, if you're a slut, you can't have a deadbeat daddy, right? Because you slutting. And one of the consequences of being a slut is unwanted pregnancy. If you were not married when you had the child, he is not a deadbeat father. No such thing. Because at the end of the day, he didn't agree to have a kid with you, right? The only way, in my opinion, if you guys agreed to have a kid, if you married, but if you cracking that monkey open, right, raw dogging, and not asking for any commitment whatsoever, then you a slut, and here's the consequences. And a man cannot be a deadbeat dad if he's married.
The thing about this is that we see the whole life cycle in just these two clips. We see how it starts.
Before you say that, let me say this. Because see, this is the whole thing about that deadbeat father issue too. A deadbeat father is supposed to be the father who had a child that is not paying for their child. Now, what's the truth about what goes on with the quote unquote deadbeat dad situation? If the man doesn't know that the child is his, he's not going to pay, which he shouldn't. Now, what happens is they start putting people on child support. Okay, the woman know who the daddy is. A lot of times it's a dad it's not his kid, and he ain't gonna pay because it's not his kid, which is perfectly reasonable. A lot of folks who go into stuff, they find out the kid ain't there, and the man has just been refusing to pay for a kid that's not his. Now you also have a situation where they say, well, this kid is yours, but you're a deadbeat dad because you're in the rears. But what they don't tell folks is by the time they hit you as a deadbeat dad, usually that's coming with $10,000 to $15,000 that you already owe day one. So they set it up for you to be a quote unquote deadbeat dad. Yet most brothers actually are not in the rears, even though they were set up to be in the rears. So it's a lot of malarkey that goes on with that too. But go ahead, Inspire True Broadcast. Hope you got your point.
Okay, yeah, I got it. So basically, we have the whole life cycle displayed to us in basically those two clips there. We have how the indoctrination starts through the mom and the mom's decisions leading to what we saw with the daughter. Then we see how things are going when we see those 30-something ladies. They're basically out there being interviewed and explaining explaining how they think that dating and getting it from every type of guy is winning. And then we have the grandmother that's basically the substitute for the father. So we see the antithesis, we see the beginning, we see the middle, and we see the end and how the cycle continues.
Yeah. And the thing is, I know some of y'all like to say, well, it ain't just black women. Well, see, this is the thing. Other women are starting to act like black women. So you got to be prepared anyway. Now, I can teach you how to defend yourself against a puppy, or I can teach you how to defend yourself against a dog. Which one makes more sense?
Get it early.
Yeah, man. I'm just looking at this guys right now. I mean, it's so damn disappointing. Like damn. Like seriously. Because again, you got to look at the overarching message. Whenever I'm telling you, this is a national discussion at all levels of government, society, black fathers. But yet, this is a message that's actually being drilled down into the women, right? And then you got the women who are getting all these options and all of these openings and opportunities, and denying them and just pushing these men back, pushing them back, talking about, well, I got options. Well, you ain't married yet, though. You ain't using it. You're not exercising those options. So what kind of options you got?
You ain't got no options if you ain't married. Your husband is your option. Yeah. Anybody who ain't married is just talking crazy. They're not men. And men need to stop seeing women as men. You're a loser until somebody make you a winner. How you a winner and nobody married you? We don't value women the same way we value men. That's just the reality of the world. We're not the same. If you're not married, you're just somebody looking to get married. And if you can't do what you was meant to do, you a busted piece of equipment. It's that simple at the end of the day. So look, my thing is, if I'm dating a woman, I know I'm dating a loser because she's not married. That's an automatic thing. I'm trying to make you a winner. If you can actually stick through this process and win with me, I just upgraded your life because now you have a husband. But I'm not dating winners. Winners are women that are already married. I don't date winners. They're married already. It's a very simple thing. It's not my job to date a winner. I'm supposed to date a loser and find one that I can help turn into a winner.
Yeah, it's just look. I just don't know, Roger. I'm trying not to get aggravated here, but the last gentleman was right. Whatever it is, I forget.
Inspired Truth.
Inspired Truth. With essentially that's the life cycle. It starts somewhere, and you wonder where the ideology comes from. So this is an example of that. And there's also an example of non-black people approving of that ideology while at the same time bitching about black men. And then you have two prima facie examples of one woman who was married, who dismissed the marriage. She didn't understand duty, accountability, obligation, responsibility, family, and community, but had it and just dismissed it like it was nothing. And you got one that swears she's got the opportunity, but not exercising it and just also dismissing it and screwing it up. But yet, they want to sit here and bitch and whine and complain about, what the men are doing or not doing. Like none of this makes any sense, and that's why, look, I understand why you have men who just kind of throw their hands up and just walk away.
All right. Well, I do want to address something in the chat. Now, shout out to Shaka Nulu, because Shaka Nulu is all good. He say that's a captain. He's really saying captain save a whole mindset. No, Captain Shaka Nulu, that's not a captain save a whole mindset. What this is actually being mature. A woman's not a winner until she marries her husband. So when she's 18 years old she's pretty much a loser until a guy comes around and make her somebody. That's how women are valued, based on who their husband is and what type of husband he is to her. So no, it's not a Captain Save a whole mindset. The thing is, it's dealing with the reality that you're not with a winner. If you don't say she's good enough to marry, she's not a winner. So how can I date somebody who's a winner until I say they're good enough to marry? Because ain't nobody else said it. That's called reality.
Yeah, so Roger, here's the thing though. There is a prevailing narrative that, and just women will say this, well, whether they're married or not, that doesn't define your value as a woman or to the community.
Yes, it does.
Okay, I'm just telling you that's what when I hear that, you will have women who counter will say, well, whether I'm married or not, that's I'm not gonna let my value be like. They're very antagonistic about it, by the way.
I totally get them saying something because they don't want to be counted as a loser. I totally get that, but let's be realistic. Whether is them being married, does that impact their value in society? Absolutely, it does. When reality hits that, it does.
I'm just telling you, just be ready for it, because that's going to always be the counter. And look, and I told you, I get in discussions with women that I don't usually discuss, have discussions with women that I actually know, unless it's like in a classroom or academic setting, or maybe some community setting that we've decided to make this discussion. But outside of that, I've actually had more discussions about this with women online than I have in person. And you know what? This is how they start. They first start claiming that all men are trash. Okay, so you debunk that, and then you get them to realize, okay, yeah, not all men are trash. Okay, then it's like, well, the men are being very deceptive, and then I go into the, okay, so now you're telling me you don't know how to evaluate men argument, right? And then like, it's literally,
it's always gonna go into women are stupid argument. Women argue that women are stupid all the time because they don't want to accept accountability, and that's all it comes down to at the end of the day. Everything's just gonna turn into a women are stupid argument. And my thing is, it messes them up when I actually put it out there. So your argument is the women are stupid. They can't figure nothing out on their own. And if that's the way you want to go with it, I can go there with you. And that's how I trap them in a lot of these situations. But everything for them is just going to come down to women are stupid because you're not supposed to call them out for their stupidity.
Yeah. So I'm just telling you how these. It's almost like clockwork at this point. I've had enough discussions at this point, and that's almost always how it goes. They will default to the men that are trash first, and they'll default to, well, these men are fooling me and deceiving me, which, is like, okay, so now you're saying you don't know how to evaluate men. You need some kind of help with that. Oh, no. I'm like, okay, so like, they got to figure out a way to just accept the outcomes and consequences and accept blame for whatever choices they make, whether they got a husband or not.
What this is the thing. First of all, see, I know what it is when I deal with this type of stuff. And see, I done had these discussions and with my family multiple times. So this was happening with me before I was even an adult. I got to sit there and watch the adults argue about what needs to be argued about. So I done did this with people I know, people I'm close to, people I'm blood related to, and strangers. It don't make me no never mind. Okay. But when it comes down to it, first of all, if you're not a married woman, your opinion don't have no real value anyway. Because what are you talking about? You're not married. Why would we take you seriously? The black men's major problem is they take a bunch of unmarried women seriously. Now, I ain't saying don't have a discussion with them, but why would I take some woman who can't even get a husband advice seriously at all? If you can't get a husband in this society, you trash. It's that simple at the end of the day. It's not hard. Okay? A lot of men ain't looking for too much. So you can't get a husband, you trash, period. And I'm a person, I don't believe in all that excuse stuff. Okay? The only thing that can change something or derail something is death or hospitals. If you did, I get why you didn't show up. You're dead. If your son died, I get why you didn't show up. That's going to take priority. Okay, so I don't even get into the world of excuses that most people do. So I don't care nothing about what they talking about at the end of the day. If you can't get married in this society as a woman, you're just a loser. And that's all it is to it. I don't have to pretend you're not a loser to make you feel comfortable. But they have trained black men to do that. I don't play that game. I accept the world for what it is. because that's the only way I can try to push it in the direction I want to go. How do I get the world to go the way I want it to go if I don't accept what it already is? Can't do that. So I just don't play those games with people. Now I'm gonna let these other two gentlemen get in. We got Gold P done came up, and my main man Tunnel Runner Ronell done came up. So Gold P, you got it.
All right, what's happening? Good early to everybody. Can you guys hear me? Am I good?
Yes,
Good?
we can.
Yes, sir. Okay. I watched the video, and
Did you see both? Did you see both?
I was only seeing the one.
There's another one. We put the link in the chat because one got knocked down. We put the link in the chat.
Was it the little girl?
Yeah, it was the little girl.
I watched that one. That was the one I watched.
Okay. So you didn't look at the one in the description?
No, I just came in.
You ain't Go P. You know I be putting links in the description. And you, okay. my homie, you ain't look. The homie.
At that one.
The homie. I'm gonna be cool. Go ahead, Kofi. I'm gonna be cool with it.
Ready, man. Cool. You know, see.
I just said I'm gonna be cool with that. Come on now.
See, man.
Don't even go there. Don't even go there. Just keep it pushing forward, brother. Just keep moving forward.
Just keep it pushing.
Soon as you
what's happening, Roger? What's happening to the panel?
Check out the other one in the description. I know. I already know. I believe in
you. Peace to the panel. Peace was good, everybody. What's happening? Peace. Hey, peace to the chat, man. What's happening? What's happening? All right. You know, I watched the little girl, young girl, whatever, do her speech or her thing on stage, and you know, when people say, "Oh, it's just a girl doing her thing," and she's on a stage in front of people, man, and with people in front of who have this same mindset. Especially, she's a young black girl. Well, the stereotype is, yeah, a lot of you all don't have daddies. So, and this is why I chose a side. I'm on brother's side all day because this is one of the aspects of life we have to, or society we have to deal with. You know, this kind of thing. And I say all the time, look, you got a plethora of information out there about what brothers do, what they haven't done, and blah, blah, blah. Okay. Now we got the other side. Then when we go to addressing the other side, it's a problem. Hence why I choose the brother side. I choose the brother side because, one, I'm a brother, and we're brothers up on this panel, and I know a number of brothers. So that's that part. Now, I know Tunnel Runner came up and you gave me 2 minutes, Roger. So I had a question for you, Roger, because I wanted to challenge you on a few things, but I'm going to let Tunnel Runner go ahead and go. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you for letting me go. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, we hear you, brother.
Okay. I'm coming to you live from Belize, Central America.
Real quick. Real talk, Anna. There's a link in the description with one video. The second link got struck down for a copyright reason for somebody. If you come back to the chat, you can find the link to the second video in the chat. Just so you know. All right, go ahead, my brother. Go ahead.
Yes, coming to you live from Belize, Central America. And I see a lot of women here with their men. A lot of young women, good-looking women with their men seem to be somewhat happy. English-speaking country in Central America, one of the only English-speaking countries in Central America. And so here with my wife, enjoying my time, and seems like the children around here are following their fathers. So I think it's just the mindset. What that girl was saying was just awful, and that's going to lead to disastrous future. for people who think like that, because you're going to have the men in charge and the men running things, and the women need to follow. As simple as that. And go ahead, Roger. I'll land right there.
All right. Well, my thing is, if you believe a grandma can replace a dad, I get it. She's a young girl, so she, like I said, she don't know what she's missing. Her whole thing about, well, it's not like I'm missing something because my grandma replaced my dad. My first question to her, because I know she's young, if I was talking to her, I would literally ask her about her other grandma. And I would tell her, I had two grandmas growing up. What happened to your other grandma? Now, I know that that'd be something for her to ponder because she's so young. And ain't nobody ever really probably even talked to her about, what about your other grandma? You know? And I try to be careful with this because I know there's a lot of people out there who don't know their second set of grandparents. You know, I'm just a blessed individual who actually got to know that I had a second set of grandparents. It wasn't just one. Truth be told, I spent more time around my father's parents than my mother's parents. And I know that's very different for a lot of folks. I don't want it to be that way, but y'all, it's good over here. And we need to start encouraging people to get back over here where you get two sets of grandparents. You know what? As a kid, it was good because you can go spend time with one grandma and grandma may give you something for Christmas. Granddaddy give you something for Christmas. And you know what you do? You go to your other grandparents' house and grandma give you something for Christmas and granddaddy give you something for Christmas. So, you know, as a little kid getting Christmas gift, that's a win. Okay? It's a win. It's a win at all kinds of levels, but it's even small, trivial levels that it's a win at. Because I knew that I could go to my father's parents' home. I knew I had a gift over there waiting for me. Matter of fact, I had two. Because I had one from the grab bag, and I knew good and well my grandma and granddad was going to give me something. It took me a while to figure it out, but they gave all of us something till we hit like 18 years old. But they gave us, and they had a bunch of grandkids. I don't know if they were secretly rich or what, but they was dropping nice gifts on folks until you got to be 18. Every grandchild, they was dropping real nice gifts. My daddy's parents did that. You see what I'm saying? My daddy's parents did that. If it wasn't for my daddy's parents, there's a lot of Christmases that wouldn't be quite the same. But because my dad got a mom and a daddy, and I knew who they was, and I was on their list every year till I was 18, I had some great Christmases because of that. You know, they were just better. I ain't saying the other stuff wasn't cool, but it was a lot better getting their gifts too. So that's just something small and trivial. Okay? But there's a lot you miss when you don't have a second set of grandparents. Okay?
So Roger,
you had some questions, Gold P. What's your questions, brother?
So I went and watched the video since I was shamed into it.
I was just asking a question, brother.
You put in 3 ounces of shame, and I had to accept the shame, that castor oil. I had to accept the castor oil, brother.
I apologize. I was just so shocked.
No, Roger. You now you apologize. You didn't force me to drink the castor oil. Now you apologize. So, I mean, as far as that video, they are typical. It didn't really. I mean, they're typical to say that kind of stuff. So the second video, or the one with the little girl, that's the one that really had my attention, because of where they're at and what is being projected and et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so that's that. Now, Roger, my question to you, I mean, you talk about marriage. We talk about marriage all the time.
Mm-hmm.
My question to you is, are you good with marriage not going through the state?
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Okay, well then, that ends my line of questioning. I mean, as far as the conversation about being married, because when you say, speak about marriage, in general, people tend to think, yeah, you go have a wedding, or you go to the courthouse and you do it that way. Whereas my mindset is, if you marry, it is a contract between you and your significant other, or an agreement between you and your other.
I'm gonna say this.
Go ahead.
There's people who try to sneak around that.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say you have to go through the state to get a marriage.
Okay.
I will recognize a actual marriage that happened without the state being involved. But you actually have to get married. It's not I was with this guy for 12 years and we was just having sex with each other and we lived in the same home. No. Did you actually get married?
Okay.
Did the invitations go out?
Hold on. If it's a agreement between you and your significant other, and you decide you wanted a quiet type deal, and you agreed to it, and you set it up in that way, who says they aren't married?
Hear what I'm saying, bro.
Go ahead.
Because this will solve all that.
Yes, sir.
I said a marriage.
Okay.
Not we've been together a long time, so we married now. No, okay. If you get married, you get married. There's a ceremony that you do.
Okay.
You don't have to do your ceremony and include the state, but you got to do the ceremony. You do your invitations. You invite who you want to invite. I ain't said you had to invite I'm not saying you got to invite 300 people. You can invite 3 people, but you gonna invite who you want to invite. You invite
the people. You don't want to invite anybody though.
You can't do a marriage without no witness.
Why can't you? If it's between you and that significant other, it's an agreement between you and that significant other. You give her a ring, she gives you a ring, and you get the rings, and you both put rings on, and you both agree that you are now married.
I hear you, but if your marriage ain't got no witness, it ain't no marriage. Because people. I'm saying, bro, people play with stuff, and people try to play with not getting married and try to get it treated like it is married. If you're gonna actually get out there and make some vows, just because I'm not saying the state has to be included, but if you either got married or you didn't.
Okay.
This ain't no 2 people living this. This is not no.
I'm wearing a ring.
Hold on. I'm saying this is not no 2 people who happen to have the same address and they happen to be having sex with each other. Does not make a marriage. A marriage means somebody had actually put some thought into it and made an effort to do it. If you didn't do it, it don't count.
But according to who?
You just asked me.
According to you. According to you.
That's according to life. If you didn't do it, you didn't do it.
No, Roger. Listen. If I am with a significant other, I'm with my significant other, and we make an agreement to say, hey, we are now married. This is between her and I. And I give her a ring, and we have rings on. She goes out in public and she says, I am married. That means what? She's married.
Brother, what I'm telling you is, if 2 people get married, they have to actually get married, even if there's a small private wedding. If you want to say you married, you got to actually marry a person.
But if she's out saying that
people can pose as all type of stuff. If you got married, you got married. That's according to life. If you didn't get married, you didn't get married. I'm not saying how big or extravagant your marriage has to be. I'm saying to actually get married, you have to actually get married. To drive a car, you got to actually drive one. To drive a bus, you got to actually drive a bus. To go into the house, you got to actually go into the house. If you got married, you got married.
Okay.
If you didn't, you didn't.
And I'm saying is marriage a contractual agreement?
Yes.
Okay. Between whom?
Between the people who got married.
Right. Between the 2 people who got married.
It don't count.
So back in history, they had something called, hey, we shook hands and that was our agreement. If
that's how they did it, that's how they did it. But they actually made the agreement. They talked about it and then they actually shook hands.
Yes.
You see what I'm
And
saying?
these two people actually put rings on. They put rings on.
You
Now
told me
she's going out to say,
you said two people put on rings. I
yes,
heard that.
yes,
You
sir.
said two people say they gonna be together. I heard that. You
Yes,
never
sir.
told me what the marriage was.
They are
You never
married.
said. And what's the process that they got married?
If they are in agreement that they
What's
are
the process of the marriage is what I'm asking. I'm not asking what they agreed
okay.
to. I'm asking what the process is of their marriage. People get married in all types of ways.
Okay.
What's the process of their marriage?
The process was they went to dinner. They had a quiet dinner. And he said, "Hey, would you marry me?" She said yes. He gave her a ring, and they were married from then on.
Now that sounds like somebody got proposed to. That's what that sounds like.
But if they exchanged rings and put rings on and accepted that agreement, from then on, they
a
are
marriage
married.
is a process. You got to do something, man.
They did do something.
I'm not trying to say what you have to do. People can get married in multiple ways, but you got to do something. You don't go to dinner to have a marriage unless you say this is going to be our marriage process.
Okay.
Until you say this is going to be our process and go through it, you didn't get married.
But they did go through the process by going to dinner.
No, you said they talk with each other until they state this is what we're going to do for our marriage, and then do that thing, whatever that thing is. They're not married.
They stated that they were going to be married to each other at that dinner.
I don't even understand what you don't understand. I just said whatever they do, they have to state that this is what we're going to do for our marriage process, and then actually go through that process.
Okay.
Whatever that is, it's fine. But if you don't do it, you didn't get married.
Okay, but your point is that somebody had to see them do it.
No, my point is you actually have to go through a conscious process on how you're going to actually make the marriage happen. You have to go through a process.
And they did. They did.
No. You were saying people just talked. You didn't say they were going to say that this is our marriage process. I'm telling you, you have to, as a conscious individual, state what your marriage process is going to be. And after that has been stated, then you must then complete the process.
Okay. So
you're saying just do something without talking about it.
Okay. Let me reel it back. Let's say these two have been together for a year. Okay. Let's say they've been together for a year.
The time difference don't make no difference to what I'm saying.
Roger, can I get my point? I mean, I'm listening to you. I want to have the conversation with you, Roger. Can I?
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah? Okay. All right. Let's say these two have been together for a year. Going into the 6 months of that year, they did your process. They was talking about it and saying, okay, they're making a conscious decision to be married to each other by the end of the year. Okay. Now, when they get into the end of getting close to the end of the year, they've decided the date and blah, blah, blah. They decide to go to dinner, nice quiet dinner, and marry each other at that dinner. It's quiet. Nobody's listening to them. It's just between them two. Are you saying that the marriage is not valid because they did it in that manner?
No, they didn't get married. They didn't get married. They didn't do anything in that manner. I literally said two conscious people have to make a decision on what their process is going to be, then actually go through the process. And in your example, you never said that they made an agreement that this thing is our marriage process. You never said that.
Okay.
You can't get into a legal contract with people and the other side don't know what's going on.
Okay.
You're not supposed. Well, at least you're not supposed to sign off on stuff you don't understand. You say what the process is. I don't care about your process, bro. I don't care nothing about what the process is. You must consciously state what the process is and then complete the process. I don't care what the process is.
But Roger, I did say that in the first.
No. You said what they're going to do, but you didn't say. At no point in time did you say they ever discussed this is what our marriage process is going to be, and then they wouldn't complete that process. You haven't said that up to this point.
Okay. In the first 6 months, they talked about what their process, what they're going to do. Now, however they do it, like you said, however they process is in doing it is however they do it. The first 6 months, they talked about getting married and making it, confirming their marriage agreement between each other. Then later down the line, they did their preparing. They're preparing. The preparing was saying, "Hey, I'm going to marry you. You're going to marry me, and we're going to do this at this dinner that I'm going to take you to as the man."
No. See, Gold Peak, this is where you're now doing something different. See, now you're saying we've already made an agreement that we're going to have a dinner on this particular day, and that's going to be our marriage process. That's what makes the difference.
Okay.
It's an agreed upon thing. It's a consciously agreed upon thing.
Okay.
If you don't consciously agree upon a marriage, I'm not going to hold you to that.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to fine tune what you were asking for.
There's nothing to fine tune, brother. A marriage is a marriage. If you go to the hospital, you down and out for the count, right? Your wife comes in there and she say, "I'm a husband." What you think they're gonna do? You think they're not gonna let her make a decision until she go home and find a marriage license?
Okay.
Just be realistic.
Okay, realistic. So you're saying
I'm saying you think they're gonna send the woman who claims to be your wife? You think they're gonna send her home and say you got to come back with a marriage certificate before we'll let you make a decision about your husband who can't speak for himself?
Well, realistically speaking, I mean, they're gonna say she says they supposed to ask for some line of ID or something or whatever have you, because it could be anybody saying that. But hey,
bro, you can't speak for yourself.
Okay.
Decisions need to be made. She come into the hospital saying, "That's my husband." You think they're gonna send her home to go get a marriage certificate?
Well, I mean, I don't think. To your question, I don't think they would send her home. I don't think they would send her home.
Only thing I'm saying, a marriage has to be agreed upon. You agree upon the process, then you go complete the process.
Okay, but
and why is this important? Because a lot of people claim they married who ain't never did nothing.
But okay, so my disagreement with you, Roger, or no, I don't want to say disagreement. My challenge to you, Roger, is saying that you're saying that it is not valid if these two people have came together and accepted each other as being.
It ain't valid unless the process that was agreed upon is completed.
According to whom?
Everybody, bro. That's how life works.
Everybody. If it's between her and I, who's everybody?
Everybody would include them two people. Everybody, bro. Everything has a process.
If it's between her and I, and we went through the process,
so that means you and her got to agree to something and complete the process. I don't understand what you don't understand about this, bro. I don't
understand what you don't get. When it's between these two people,
the two people say what the process is going to be, then they complete the process. And why is this so different?
And they did that, right? They did that, and it was just them two. Hey, what happened to you, Roger? Roger. Okay. He might have to come back. But what I'm saying, Roger, is if these two, okay, there you go.
They only did it if they first discussed the process, say what the terms are, and then after that has been discussed and the terms have been set, then they make another move to complete the process.
Okay, I'm with you there. I'm with you.
That's what I've been saying the whole
time. And I'm saying if they did that all between themselves and said and exchanged rings and did all that, then what is the problem? You're saying they're not married.
I never said it was a problem. You kept saying it was a problem.
No, you said it was a problem because you said it's not acknowledged.
I said you have to complete the process.
And they did.
No, you kept saying we just gonna go to dinner and talk about it. Now we married.
Okay, I skipped through, but
that's not that's not a process. A process is something you agree to what the term is gonna be first, and then you set a date and you do whatever the process y'all agreed upon is to achieve the marriage. It's two separate events.
Okay. But you do acknowledge that they are married.
That doesn't make a difference to me if they married, bro.
But you said that they not married if they don't have no witness or nothing.
I said they have to complete the process. That's what I've been saying the whole time. No, that's not
what you said, Roger. You said if they don't have a witness, then it means nothing. That's what you said.
No, I didn't say that.
You did say that, Roger.
I said they should have a witness.
For the family.
I said they should have a witness. And you was like, well, what if they do it alone? I said they still got to complete a process. And I've been steady saying that the whole time, a process.
And I'm steadily saying that they did this amongst themselves. Yep. And you said because they didn't have a witness, it is not acknowledged.
No,
it's not
I said it doesn't count because you said they're going to just go to dinner. You said they were just going to go to dinner and give each other rings and that's it.
No,
and I said that ain't. And I said that's not good enough. They have to actually constantly come together, say what the process is going to be, and then complete the process.
That's not what I said.
Hey, listen to the tape later.
Okay.
Usual business is here.
Yes,
what's going on? Usual business.
What's happening? Usual. You know, me and Roger usually do business, right? We're doing usual business. Go ahead.
Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. I mean, anybody said nothing, so I ain't know if y'all hear me. Nah, man. I'm gonna have to disagree with you, Gold P. And this is why I'm gonna state why I necessarily have to be like actual legit marriage, regardless of what culture you go to, no matter what ethnicity you go to or what country you go to. There's always three people necessarily there, right? It's the groom, the groom, the bride, and either a priest or a family member. Don't matter what society you go to, right? Because somebody has to necessarily, sanctify or check out that this actually is a marriage, right? Because anybody can get two rings together and say, oh, marriage. Anybody can do it, right? It don't matter, right? What makes the marriage a legit marriage is the fact that the two people made the contract between each other, right? And they made that contract either in front of God, whatever God that they try to, or whatever priest or family member, so that somebody can actually verify what they said, right? You need all three of these things to be a marriage.
Okay.
Those are all the three things required.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's not a challenging thing, bro. That is the process, no matter where you go.
Okay, let me challenge you on that. So let's say
it's like 1 + 1 is 2.
Yes,
there is no challenge, bro.
Okay, well, according to you. Because if I make this agreement with my significant other and I set her up, do a trust or whatever have you, to where she
stop right there, Gold P.
Go ahead.
You see what you just starting to go into to prove his point.
Okay.
You actually start doing contractual stuff. See, a woman can say, I married. Okay, Mary Thomas can say she married John Smith.
Okay.
Okay. Y'all can tell me y'all got married. It's cool with me. Okay. But if John Smith get hit by a bus and ain't nothing in Mary Thomas' name, Mary Thomas ain't getting nothing because don't nobody recognize her marriage. Mary Thomas didn't even go change her name to Mary Smith. You claim you married to John Smith, but your name Mary Thomas. You didn't even switch your name. But now you want to tell me as an executive of a will that you're a wife and you're supposed to be included. I don't know you.
Okay.
I don't know nothing about you. Well, we was living together the last year. What did I do with anything?
Okay.
I swear I'm his wife. Can you prove you his wife? Because that's the only thing I'm gonna ask. Can you prove? Okay, maybe you
all come down to proof.
Maybe you are.
So the proof is that they did make an agreement. It wasn't just words, but when they went to the dinner, as I said, my example, they made a verbal agreement with each other, and then they went on to proceed to take care of business because it was understanding of what the agreement was, and then they became married. Now, why does anybody else have to validate what they have agreed to between each other?
You can answer if you want to. Like he said, just like any woman can come out here and say that's not like we even got a song about this. Was it Michael Jackson? Billie Jean is not my lover. You know what I'm saying? That bitch, she said that kid is not the one. Whatever. How was the song?
Yes, sir.
And the reality of how it goes is simply like this, man. You have to prove it, right?
Well, I don't
agree.
agree. I don't. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You can agree to, like I'm saying, you can agree to not disagree, right? You see what I'm saying, right? But I guarantee you, no matter you can disagree that 1 + 1 is gonna be 8. You can say that. You can say that. You can say those words out your mouth 1,000 times. You see, if you put 1 + 1, that bad boy gonna always equal up to 2. And if you want a marriage to be a marriage, man, you need necessarily a groom, a bride, and either a priest or a family member to witness that marriage. Because without those 3 things, you don't have a marriage. You just have people who made a verbal agreement.
Now,
I get what everybody.
I'm gonna say this.
Oh,
the thing is, you can achieve certain things, and this is about. We got to stop being scared of stuff. You can achieve certain things without the state. This is about. I don't want to go through the state. That's all this really is. If you don't want to go to the state, the woman has the ability to go down there and change her name. A man has the ability to write a will, and you can write a will saying that everything you have is gonna go to my wife. Change that will later on when you start have kids. Everything you do, there's a process for it. You can go get your name. You can go get her name put on your vehicle. You can go get your name put on her vehicle. There's process to do all this stuff. The thing is, if you want to say we married and nobody knows about it, you can have that as 2 individuals. But if you want the world or anybody else to care about y'all claim that you married, there's process you have to do to prove points. And if you didn't do the processes, nobody cares what you're talking about. It's just that simple at the end of the day. I'm a grown man. If a woman come to me, let's just say I had an unfortunate situation where, let's say my brother dies and some random woman that I don't know of come to me and say she was his wife and she want his stuff. Lady, the only thing I can give you is a 2-piece, maybe 4, because you're going to upset me about my dead brother. And now you're trying to come steal my dead brother's stuff. I ain't got really nothing but a beat down for you at that point. Now, maybe they did live together the last year, but did he tell me? Maybe they was, in his mind, maybe that was his wife, but did he tell me? Because all I got for you is a beat down, because all I know is you some strange woman and you want my dead brother's stuff. I'm probably going to hurt you. That's the reality that goes along with stuff too.
Okay, so I know people are going to disagree with me on things like this conversation. I can accept that. Okay. I'm just more so. And,
I ain't saying you're wrong. I'm just saying who you want it to count to. That's all. You can do whatever you want to do in private, but who you want it to count to. Because if some woman come to me talking about she was my brother's wife and I don't know nothing about her, I'm probably gonna beat the hell out of her. Because I'm upset my brother's dead.
I get what you're saying, Roger.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a 2-piece.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but that's not where we're at with this part of the conversation. My part of the conversation to you was, if these 2 people decided to be married to each other and they took care of each other as such, and they exchanged rings and did the things that he set her up to, be able to take care of herself, do to him, and whatever, and vice versa. And it was something between them. And she goes out, he goes out, and they are proclaiming to be
married. It's no longer just between them, because you said he sets her up. The moment he quote unquote set her up, it was no longer just between them.
Okay.
I don't know why you're not accepting this point. But Jado has come up, so I gotta let Jado get in.
Go ahead.
Hey, what Roger, Go P, usual business.
What's happening?
What's going on? Salute to the chat. Salute to the replay gang. Real quick, I wasn't sure if I was gonna come up. I'm gonna have to dip in a second myself, but
we all dipping in a second. We passed that 3 hour.
Yeah, I know.
We all dipping in a second.
Yeah, for sure. We all gonna be out in a minute. Yes, sir. But no, I just want to speak real quick, man. Just particularly the video with the little girl doing her little speech at the whatever program she had. Man, I looked at that. I looked at the link from the chat, and I had to do a little browsing through the channel. You know what I mean? And I saw the mother of that one young lady. I don't know if y'all discussed that at all or not. But that's a wicked woman, man. The mother. That's a wicked woman, man. So, and I've seen this archetype quite a bit, out here in California. But that speech was prepared from that little girl was definitely just suited for just a black man. The mother reminds me of another woman we discussed on your previous channel, Roger. That was married to some white guy, some whatever average white guy. She had two black children, and I think she had I think one or two children with the white man. This is a woman that's really seeking to be validated by a white man. I can hear the Valley Girl accent. She's trying to be this eccentric, she's slim. She does no very eccentric, and I don't know. I just see her these and they misuse black men. They'll find a black man to, get some sperm from or whatever, and just so they can kind of somewhat ascend to goddesshood. You know what I mean? It's like a perverted religion. I can see. I don't know, man. And I'm not trying to promote her channel, man, but I just see a wicked woman that's desiring a white man or non-black man. Anything I think anything non-black would do, and she's gonna just talk badly about black men as a whole, man. And it's just a wicked woman. But she has this Valley Girl accent. She's slim, wears her natural hair from what I saw. You know what I'm saying? Likes to wear some Afrocentric clothing or to some degree. Does a lot of pole dancing and showing her breast on her channel, whatever. Again, I'm not trying to promote it, man, but I just see this too much, man. Black men need to beware. I don't know, man. I've kind of shunned I avoid these people, most of them like the plague, man, to be honest with you, man. And I don't know, man. I'm kind of disillusioned with any idea that I have about the black FBA, ADOS, or whatever, Black American community. I'm kind of disillusioned with the whole idea of it, Roger. Hey, man, I applaud you for keep pushing, fighting a good fight and keep pushing ahead, man. I don't know, man. I just don't I guess I don't really care about none of this, to be honest with you. But yeah, I guess I'll end right there. I'm kind of rambling right now. Appreciate you having me up.
Yeah. Okay, Roger. Okay, there he is.
He'll be back now.
You back?
Yeah, my bad. I got disconnected. Lost the signal for a second. But I'm just gonna say, brother, I believe what
Is that me or?
No, that's Roger.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
the thing. Y'all don't think that woman helped this girl with this speech? Are we supposed to believe she came up with these concepts on her own? She said she gonna trade her grandma. I don't have a dad, but I got a grandma. No kid trades adults out of situations and changes the gender. That does not happen.
And does it so eloquently in public on a stage full of parents, the PTA, and
think about it. If a kid got to go to something important, right? And let's say daddy can't be there. Daddy a truck driver. He can't be there. A kid gonna say, well, can granddaddy take his place? Can Mr. Johnson, the neighbor, take his place? They don't say, hey, mama, can you take his place? What kid say, since daddy can't make it, mama, can you take his place? Ain't no kid ever said that. That's not even a concept in children's mind. So of course this speech was highly prepared by, I have to assume, her mama. Did her grandma have some influence? Probably.
Yeah.
Because if you're talking about my grandma as a replacement for my daddy, I'm pretty sure that grandma got her 2 cents in about that speech too. But that ain't no original piece from her.
Right. And her mama made her practice.
Yeah. So
Roger, is that Roger? Or Roger went?
Yeah,
went out
Roger, you
again,
cut
bro.
off.
Yeah, Roger. But hey, her
And not
mama
know
made.
mama
Oh, okay.
corrupted. You know,
You gotta say
of
that over
course.
again, bro. You gotta say that over
Roger,
again.
yeah, we lost
Yeah,
about
you,
5
Roger, you've
seconds.
been going in and out, Roger.
Okay. Well, I'm saying that there's no way in the world that I can hear that girl say what she said and not think mama ain't corrupted. I know mom's corrupted. Because why would you let your daughter come out and say that stuff if you're not a corrupted mother? That was just evident to me, which is why I used this little girl's speech or poem or whatever it was supposed to be, her presentation. Of course she was corrupted. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess lastly, I mean, I think on an instinctual level, man, these people know that this is wrong, man. Like when I was listening to the reactions of the crowd or whatever, I can hear just a little bit of hesitation. They're trying, they want to encourage her, but you know what I'm saying? Like that's where man, I don't know, man. Where's the man? Someone needs to step up with the courage and say this is dumb, man. To be honest with you, like and I know that maybe you don't want the little girl to feel bad. To be honest, man, like if I was a administrator somewhere in that thing, man, I would probably stop that speech right in the middle of it or whatever. I'm sorry. Hey, I'm sorry. Hey, thanks for the blah blah blah. Someone needs to courage to
Not if
set
you're
things
a
straight,
feminist.
man.
Not if you're a feminist. If you're a feminist, you ain't stopping nothing. You're gonna let that
Yeah,
ride.
indeed. So I don't know, man. It seems like it was a slight hesitation. It's kind of awkward, just a little bit, just a little. That's what I got. But you can hear the cheering and the screaming from women in the audience or whatever. But someone needs the courage to stop that madness or whatever. But anyway, man.
Now, I got to tell you this, Jado. When I found it, because you see there was a link in the description, but the copyright strike they removed it. Well, the link I got it from was some dude who wasn't black. He was promoting it on his channel, and it was a whole bunch of comments by a bunch of black women and non-black people talking about how great this is. Okay, I seen a couple brothers like, "What the heck is y'all on?" It was like 2 or 3 of them I seen. I ain't said I went through 3,000 comments. I probably went through maybe the first 100 comments. Maybe saw like 2 brothers saying this ain't cool, basically in some kind of way. But mostly this was just a bunch of black women and non-black people saying, "Yeah, this is it. You go, girl. She gonna end up being special one day." And the comment that to me it was one of the worst ones is she don't need no dad. She got a whole village behind her. Which I responded to that lady like, how she gonna get a village? She ain't even got a dad.
Oh, you were compelled to go ahead and respond, Roger. Okay.
Nah, I responded because it's a girl.
No. Hey, sometimes I'm compelled. Yeah, yes, sir.
I definitely responded to everybody because I'm like, how can y'all celebrate this? And this is a child. Y'all are adults and y'all are celebrating a child basically being this stupid. I get the girl is saying something stupid, but she's a girl. How y'all celebrating this? Ain't none of y'all a good parent if y'all can celebrate this girl saying what she's saying. You can't be a good parent. It just is what it is because I wanted something to hit them personally. Yeah. That they know good and well is true. They can read that comment and they'll know good and well I can't say nothing to do because there ain't nowhere in the world I'm a good parent, but I'm celebrating some other girl, being in a bad situation where her father is clearly being kept away and there is no
And I want to say this. She had on black. You guys, you see, this was like a funeral.
Came from the same guy. And if she came from a different guy, you should at least have a stepdad.
Roger, you went out for about 5 seconds, bro. We missed a lot. Bro.
All right. Well, I'm saying, the girl said she got a little sister. So now, if the little sister is from the same man, she would have a daddy, because she would have had a relationship with the daddy while the little sister was getting baked in the cake, as they say. Now, then the thing is, if the little sister ain't from the same man, then how come she ain't got no stepdaddy? So this is clearly clearly a spot where the woman was keeping the child on stage from her father. No child should have to go to their mama and say,
Roger, you keep your line keeps dropping and then you drop back in. I don't know if you can hear us or not. Shout out to Nameless.
Name.
What's
This
good,
my show, bro. Can I introduce?
I didn't know you
You
just
are
came back
dropping off
on.
though, Roger. You are dropping off, bro.
All right. Well,
I see.
all
I
right.
was saying, oh, hey, no, what's happening? Nameless, go ahead. Because you was off.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna let that ride for right now.
You
I'm gonna
see,
let that
man,
ride. Go ahead now. Let's go.
I'm just shut up.
Names
To
you
the
got.
chat, and the instructors on the panel. Can you guys hear me? Okay. I don't know if the
yes, sir.
You're fine. We hear you
Loud and
fine.
clear.
cool.
Loud and clear.
Excellent. Okay. A few things I want to say because you guys probably saw what I was saying in the chat. And I want to address both of you, actually. Not address like on some, I'm going to tell it like it is. Like, no, I want to clarify a few things, specifically about the marriage scenario. There is a sentiment about why should the state be involved, which I understand. And I'm going to call this the jumping the broom phenomenon. There's something I think people need to understand about all of this. Just because you jump the broom, which is doing something in the absence of what would be classified as a traditional, official, third party or body, you can do what Gold P said. You can do what the Roger Report said, which is keep the state out your business, establish an agreement between you two. Roger's saying establish a ritual, however that looks like. You both agree to it and follow through. There is an emerging, however, and this is what I want to clarify, there is an emerging idea that this somehow saves you from the state. And I'm telling you, it doesn't. You have two terms, and this is going to be contextual and situationally based. Two ways they get you, and it is definitely done not only at the state level, but per state. Each state does it differently. And as a courtesy, I will give you the 9 states that have even more executive power through a particular subset of law known as family code law. This is not the same as family law. The family code law is a whole different creature. But in the state of Utah, Texas, Rhode Island, Oklahoma, Montana, Kansas, Iowa, the District of Columbia, and Colorado, they have a whole separate subsection of common law marriage. And most of this has no input as to what you've actually agreed to. Now, you can present something to courts to say that, well, we had this agreement, this understanding. You can do that. But what will happen fundamentally is it's just like how the state can press charges even though you don't. If they deem a situation where, let's say, property's involved and you, for whatever reason, split up, the state still gets the same power to intervene. And if you meet the criteria for common law, then they've got even more opportunity to intervene. And even if it's not common law, if they believe that you are in a situation where the two of you have been together long enough to qualify, they'll act in your stead as if you were married. And I think that many people get that misunderstood. That is a subsection of family code law called cohabitation laws. And the cohabitation laws, for all intents and purposes, treat you as if you're married. The only difference is you don't necessarily have to have a marriage license. And so in those instances, you actually lose out on a lot of things that you could do as far as banking and all of that's concerned, etc., and tax codes. Now, I don't want to make it sound like I'm trying to advocate marriage. I'm just clarifying the room. The idea that the state still can't get you is contextual, and it still depends on whether or not that chick feels like trying to get at you, if she's upset at you for whatever reason. So the way she can hit the nuclear option in a marriage, she can do the same in cohabitation. She can do the same thing in common law. She can do the same thing as y'all role playing in the house together. It doesn't matter. If she chooses to go in that direction, she still has the state that she can leverage for power. That's the point I want to highlight here. And I'll pause on that because I know that wasn't the topic of today's show, but I wanted to have that clarified for you guys to go back, research, and be aware of, because that is a key misunderstanding. I don't see many people talk about it and warn about until they get burned by it.
All right. I was gonna. I was waiting for Roger to come back up, but he must be tied up. But hey, Nameless, I can appreciate you expressing that because we did leave out that aspect where the state will play the role. Will play the role of on both sides. You know, they will go both sides because there are people who would lose documentation or whatever have you as far as their relationship is, and they will experience.
Well. Real quick, because I am having some trouble, obviously, with my internet connection. We ain't got to worry about that because this show wasn't about that, and that girl ain't never getting married 9 times out of 10. She ain't never getting married. But for y'all who will do it, I understand people want to protect themselves from the state. I definitely get that. I'm telling y'all, it's going to take some work. It's going to take a whole lot of work if you're trying to protect yourself from the state. And just because you're not going to get a marriage license through the state, all I'm going to say is good luck. That's all I can really tell y'all. Good luck, because most of y'all ain't going to do what you need to do in the first place, which is simply write a prenuptial agreement. Most people won't do that. Yeah, we want to be protected, but won't do a prenuptial agreement. I don't get it. And
Yeah, my bad. I was just making sure I was clear on what I was highlighting earlier. I wasn't really advocating for either or. I just want to make it clear that the state still has a line of effect at you. Is Roger breaking up?
Yeah, I am.
My fault, fam. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. It's fine because I'm having trouble. But I wasn't really trying to get into all that today anyway. But I'm gonna have to close this show out because it's time for me to close it out. Plus, I'm having such trouble anyway. So can we do some closing statements, y'all? So I can I'm getting forced off the air here because I'm steady. Well, you know what? No, keep going. Let me reset my phone and see if that'll clear up my problem. Let me reset my phone and see if it clear up. But I do want to go back to what the actual conversation was.
That second video, fam. That second video, that hit me, fam. It kind of reminded me of a video you had on a few years ago, Roger, where actually it circulated the space where they had that middle school teacher and they recorded a little bit of what was going on in their classroom. And they had that whole conversation of what do you want to be when you grow up? And you had the 8th grade women talking about they want to be baby mothers and they couldn't trust the baby father. And they were already on that type of time. And I think today in the space, these kind of concepts behind marriage have been circulating a bit. And I do want to remind people that in general, with the Black intellectual social complex, when it comes to rites of passage, for whatever reason, we've got 2 unofficial rites of passage for men and women. And for women, it's having a child. And for men, it's either being initiated in some organization or coming out of the system, one or the other. And I don't know why that is, but there's a level of, I'm going to say, uprated respectability with that undertone. And I know that's throwing a grenade in a sense, but I think the two go hand in hand and they're not on accident. And they kind of reflect one another. So in this instance, they would rather there is a cultural expectation, a cultural right of way to being a mother rather than being a wife. And it's why people get very comfortable. It almost seems like a coping mechanism of being comfortable with the idea of having no direction given by a male figure in the household as an expectation. Something she said that caught my attention was she just grew up with the assumption that fathers were something you go to the store and get. And that sounded a lot like the commodification conversation I was warning about as of late.
Well, hey, look, I would say this, man. You know, and I mentioned it earlier in the chat, in this broadcast. I noticed that she had black on, right? And if you just mute the video, when you just watch the video and mute the sound, watch the body language. Look what she has on. Look, I mean, this is programming off top when you watch. And Nameless, you and I, we are both instructors in a different fashion, different way. We read this stuff on a regular basis. This is what we do. So we see things perhaps differently than the average person. But when we look at the body language, and it's not to say nobody else has noticed it or whatever have you, okay? But I'm just speaking to what I noticed, and perhaps some of you have noticed. If you mute the video and watch the body language, look at what she has on. First of all, I said she has on black. Now, if it's me, I'm not bringing my child up in dark colors in a dark environment with just one. No, I want people, because I'm proud of my child, I want her to be her to be bright, shiny, and happy, and et cetera, et cetera. So I'm going to put them in bright colors. I'm going to work on what their body language is saying. This is training. This is training. Okay. So when you watch the video of that little girl and you watch the body language, you look at what she has on, and I said her wearing black is like going to a funeral because she's speaking in a negative manner about a father she supposedly didn't have. She said she would replace her father with her grandmother. It's a funeral. Maybe not a literal one, but perhaps it's a literal one. You can.
But you see the energy that was animating her conclusion to that. It was, she framed that at the time in the context of her other friends or other people making an articulation that, aren't you sad you don't have a father? This was literally a vocalized coping mechanism expressed through poetry. And that becomes important because what you saw, Gold P, you probably saw the same thing I did. We saw a ritual. And that's that's pretty common with a lot of the intersectional poetry we see.
Right.
And their whole, it's almost like a form of Afrofuturism where she's representing the next generation and framing this as a form of moving forward. It's to say that because we didn't get the grounding and the protection that we needed to have, this is the way we've done it. We're going to move forward, and I don't need these things because I have other women who are there to fill in that role. And
I have my village.
There we go. And we've heard these same things from BLM. We've heard it from every intersectional corner you can think of. Yes, we're tired of, let me not say it like that. We'll just say game recognized game. We know what it is.
Hence why I said this was like a funeral. Okay. Well, this is what we and Roger's in the chat. He said black is beautiful, Gold P. Yeah. But we're looking at things from with the video muted. We're watching the ritual. Nameless word. We're looking at the ritual of what's actually happening, and it's done in public, right? It's accepted in public in real time. Hence why we're talking about the video right now, right? I'm just saying it's more than just her words. A lot of people just focus on what her words are, but it is the training we have to look at as well. The training, what she has on, what she's projecting. Sirius Raw says the neck popping, right? This is what we see. And we see this not only from the children, but from the adults. And we see it continually done repetitively on a regular basis. But then people get mad about when it's people like us addressing the issue and working to apply correction. Can we apply correction, though? That is a solid question.
In the absence of trust, this is what you get. Oh, go ahead, fam.
Okay, look at this vastly different, right? I don't know if you know, like I'm pretty sure name is does know, but like during the process or during a girl would usually become a geisha, right? There were steps she had to do. She had to go through the ritual of becoming quote unquote the geisha, right? Which process. Basically, all I saw was that was the initiation into the prostitute lifestyle, in a sense that basically like this, right? We all know the phrase "you can't turn whores into housewives," right? And there's always usually a humiliation ritual, then like an uplift ritual during usually both processes of turning a whore into a woman into a whore, right?
Right. She goes through an initiation process with an elder. Yeah. Someone more
With an
advanced.
elder woman.
Yeah.
More advanced than some other ones, right? Like in Japan, necessarily, right? You were the underling under the head prostitute, necessarily, right? And then you
The obun.
you do a
Yeah.
couple rituals.
The oyabun. That's the term. Oyabun is what that's called. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm with you, fam. I'm with you. Go ahead.
She goes from that necessary level to like a second level, and then she's going to second level until she becomes if she passed out a mid-level test or a second test, then she becomes a full out geisha, right? So under that national, basically all you saw was Mr. her being inducted into the prostitution culture, right? And this was the necessary. The first part is the say I have no father, I only have a mother.
Well, but
and then when you look at the whole thing,
I don't think he's done. Go ahead.
Okay, because he kind of.
And when you look at the whole thing, my bad, my connection kind of went out or so. But and that's what house right now.
Yeah, keep going in
weapons fucking me up right now. But basically, that was her introduction into her her training, basically, right? I got you right here. I got you to publicly defend your father-ness for a daughter that's going to be one of her pillars that she's going to need, right? So we're going to destroy that pillar. We're going to do the public humiliation ritual, and then after that, now I got to build you into the that I need you to be. And at this point, that is how it usually goes. But I think P said that P said.
Let me add.
He said you try to fix it. But
let me add.
What I said is what I said is we're here. There's brothers here who are wanting to correct the behaviors, the issues and stuff like that. I ask, are we even able to do that? We're looking at the training, and which I am not in disagreement with you, usual business, as far as the ritual and the induction of this person into this life.
It's grooming. Life. This is called what it is grooming.
Training. It's
exactly, bro. I don't like the play.
I mean, to bolster usual business's point, man. Like I said, I browsed through this woman's channel, man, and it was a lot of pole dancing, and she would have one of the maybe both, but the daughters on her back, I guess in a carriage or some type of while she was pole dancing, man. The kid would be on her back. I guess it had a harness or something, and she was up and down that pole. And also, and I know, some women do these videos where they're breastfeeding or whatever, but and it's not in a sexual context. It's but I think most of them are in a sexual context. They're just trying to play it off. But yeah.
Do you guys remember that?
Hold fast.
Roger's back.
Yeah. Well, I'm not back, but I may have to shut it down in a minute because I am having some difficulties. I don't see where they're coming from. But there's a lot going on here, which is unfortunate. Gold P had us waste so much time in another subject that we ain't gonna get to everything. But hey, unfortunate things happen from time to time. Unfortunately. You still my man, though. You still my man.
Chef. See, Chef. You see, Chef.
Still my man. You still my man.
I'm telling you.
Chef. The thing is, what this was, y'all. What this was I can say I'm 99% sure only because I wasn't in the room. If I was in the room, I'd be 100% sure. This was Mama's response to what her daughter has reportedly told her happened at school. The speech was Mama's response. The daughter then told her mama some of the stuff that goes on at school. The daughter then told Mama, they be asking me why I ain't got no daddy.
Because she may, see, you don't know what type of neighborhood she in or what the school is like. She may possibly be in a school where there's a bunch of kids with their daddies. Okay. Or you may have enough kids who actually got daddies who trying to figure out why she ain't got one. So they asking her about it because they just doing what kids do. And at the end of the day, you keep getting asked about your daddy. Eventually you're going to tell mama, they keep asking me about my daddy. That's why she ended up asking, do I have a daddy? Because obviously the dad is hidden from her. That should be apparent to everybody that the dad is hidden from her. So mama wanted to respond to the children through her daughter. So she probably wrote that whole thing up.
I was just about to say that, Roger. We were leading to that. And because that doesn't even sound like her words.
Right.
She clearly gave the indications that she was parroting not just talking points, but a sentiment. And that's why I said this is very much so like a coping mechanism. And usual business, to your point, you know that the overwhelming majority of grooming, and this goes back to plantation culture, even if you look into it, the people that ended up preparing slaves to be slaves weren't the overseers. It was other slaves, and it was usually Big Mama. And then when you look into these red light district cultures, it's usually elder women that are grooming the kids to get involved in that business. Everyone thinks that it's some dude with a gangster looking suit on and a missing eye to almost some muhaha doing all of this. It's almost always some chick. And the younger they are, the more likely it is an older chick behind it all.
And the easier they can shape them.
Right? And that's where we're at with it all. So this is all a grooming. That's why I call it a grooming process, because it's concubine culture. That's what you're observing. That's going to digress a little bit to where I didn't necessarily want to go to, but I wanted to highlight the fact that that is an exalted archetype within the intersectionality modality. It's seen as a kind of anti-colonialism, so-called patriarchy pushback, to where they're saying, I control the terms and the context of the womb, and this is expressive behavior. It's kind of like how Black Uru Speaks brought our attention to the fact that twerking is no different than putting a flag down of dominion.
Yeah.
It's making an assertive claim on the womb to push back against perceived male control. That's what that represents, the Lilith principle. Go ahead, fam.
This is whether we call it grooming, training, ritual, enactment, whatever it is, we are witnessing it in real time. And that's why we are here having the conversation. No placeholder, and Floyd Thompson has come up. We're going to let No Placeholder drop his words in, and then we'll let Floyd Thompson go ahead.
Real quick, I just wanted to ask Nameless just split second. Nameless. I own little theory that I wanted to send, but I wanted to kind of run it by somebody first. I got a video I haven't sent it out to the ether yet. But I want you to look at it first, because it's kind of on the Mandalorian sense. I have my own different version of it, you know what I mean? But I want to see if you can just look at it before I send it off and put it to the ether. That's all.
Do you have my email?
Do you have his email, usual?
Because I put it in the back chat. I don't think it'll let me link it in the main chat.
Yeah, drop it in
I'll drop it in the back chat, and I'll get back to you for sure.
No placeholder. You there, brother? Okay, no placeholders. Probably.
I think No Placeholders waiting on the back chat.
Okay. Floyd Thompson. Well, he's up on the screen. Floyd
Yeah,
Thompson, you there? All right. What's happening, Floyd?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
Wonderful Wednesday from everybody.
Yes, sir. How you doing?
On chat. Pretty awesome, man. Pretty awesome.
Touching.
Go ahead.
The video with the girl, the young lady, is something I witness with these kids in these schools right now, with the parents on that ratchet lifestyle, and the schools don't have many men teaching, don't have many men assistant principals or principals. Majority of these schools are women. So this degenerate behavior that they are having that's going on, it's like just kind of looked by the wayside. But when as Chef Mike says, baby mamas and babies, the boys act a certain way, like the girls, they're penalized. And this speech that she gave, you know, mama had to put that together. Or grandma. That's probably why she said, I don't need a dad. I got grandma. Grandma probably prepared that speech as, you know, as for her with the help of mama. And they did input and she probably did record it and rehearse it verbatim. You know how children are. You know, how we do. It's probably wrapped it to herself, you know.
Yeah,
And
practicing.
her friends are going to do the same thing. And then I heard some of the guys in the background a little bit, but unfortunately, in these situations, there's a lot more women than men there,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
so we get looked at like the bad guys. I've said some things to the school about things I've seen doing uh, assemblies, and you know, certain music is not appropriate, even down to the cheerleaders who cheer for the basketball games for kids. There's certain music they should not be cheering to because it's, you know, you may get the crowd hype, but it's about it's the kid cheerleaders. It's not about the music, but everybody gets that
Right.
energy that's thrown out there. And as
Right.
far as the two young ladies, the 34 and 33-year-old, I believe the 33-year-old convinced the 34-year-old not to be married no more. Girl, you missing it out here. We living a life. We losers, but you don't need that man. You don't make enough money. We can get together, go to one of these All-Star games, and get us a basketball
Right.
player. You know, Travis Hunter just graduated from college. He's in the NFL now.
Hey,
We can
you
go get
know, I
him.
didn't put too much energy into them too because they are typical, right? The
Yeah.
focus was the little girl and what we were witnessing in real time in regards to that. I think that's what's probably has that what has probably has more of our attention than anything because we've heard them
Exactly.
the first two we've heard that numerous times over. You know, their conversation is pretty
Buzz
pretty
my
much
way in real
become
quick.
mute,
I
right?
gotta buzz my way in real quick. No
Okay, go ahead.
disrespect, but since I've been having some internet trouble, because now I just found out I did get two cash apps earlier. One at 10:49, one at 10:50, and I'm just now being able to see them. And then uh now, and I'm getting a message from StreamYard that says a problem is occurring, but it's not your fault. So StreamYard must be doing something on top of that. So you know, it is what it is, y'all. We doing a struggle broadcast today. But shout out to Mr. Suge to you. Appreciate you, my brother. He said in the clouds, my brother. Hey, salute, brother. Salute. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. And Shaka Nulu came in with Mr. Suge jumped in with 557. So he gave me the 57-cent Trail Bentley tax on top of that. So shout out to him and shout out to Trail Bentley. And Shaka Noodle came in with the $10 cash app and said, what's good? I appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Glad to see you. Glad to see you. Okay. Go ahead, Go P. I ain't mean to mess you up, but just in case something happened to me, I had to get that in. You know, all the money on the wood is good over here. So I had to get that in.
Yeah.
Go P, you were saying something, bro.
Yeah, I was saying, yeah, Floyd, we witness these type of behaviors, especially in the schools, and we know the schools in general are pretty much ran by females, right? And a lot of those females are feminists. They have no desire to speak to both sides or the side that needs the most help.
Right.
And in their mind, well, we're going to put this little girl up here and she's going to say out of her mouth off top, I don't need no daddy. That's pretty much what she said.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't have no daddy, don't need no daddy, don't want no daddy because I got my village.
Well, not village.
With
She
no
ain't.
man.
They ain't came across that yet. But the whole thing is, I got a grandma. So they don't even. They're not even conscious of it. They just villagers just talking. They just be doing. The truth is, she just saying what she been told to say. Because she want to shut them other kids up. Because mama done got tired of her coming home asking these dad questions. And mama just tired of dealing with it. So she's trying to get all those students addressed at one time through this little presentation. Now, the thing is, she is too young to even know what she needs. And she is too young to even know that she's missing out. Because again, my first question to her, when you tell me I ain't missing out on nothing, I'm going to ask about your other grandma. Just so I can say it in terms that you understand. How come you ain't got two grandmas? You know, and that's something I've done to even adults too. They talk crazy to me, and I be like, well, where your other grandparents at? You know, not that I'm trying to embarrass, I'm trying to get them to see a point that you are missing something. Because you got a whole other side of family that you don't even got no real connection with. Where your other set of cousins?
Well,
You know what I'm saying?
Roger, I would say she does have a village. She does have a village. Her village is.
She ain't got no village.
Let me express it to you. Let me say it. Her village is her mother, and whomever is around her that's expressing that same type of sentiment or energy.
So her mama and her
that's the
grandma.
village.
Her mama and her grandma. She ain't got no village.
Well, that's according to that's the village.
My thing
we
is,
know what it is.
Stop. This is how you. And I was gonna say this earlier because you can exact punishment. The first way to exacting punishment is letting people know they don't belong and what they talking about is nonsense. They ain't got no village, and there's no reason for us to give them credit for having something they don't have. Black men do that too much. They don't have a village. You got a girl read some stuff her mama told her to read. I understand she's not smart enough yet to figure out how stupid this is. She's just doing what her mama told her to do. But when I hear this as a grown man, I know an idiot's talking. Okay. Her mama is forcing her to say these words because she ain't smart enough to come up with something this stupid. Okay. She's a little girl. You got to have a certain level of intelligence to come up with things that are at a certain level of stupidity.
Well,
because you have to be able to acknowledge enough right things and not acknowledge enough wrong things.
I'm sure that it is my humble opinion that her mama and her friends are engaging these conversations right along in the area of the children, her child, or you.
Well, I mean, bro, we know she's doing that. She wrote the thing for her, and I don't think nobody's in disagreement that Mama wrote this for her to say. If it was Mama, it definitely was Grandma, if not both, because I think Mama wrote it and Grandma gave some input.
And that's the area of operation.
But hold on, because this is the important part. Because you were saying, can you punish them? Yes, the first level of punishment is first of all to address how stupid this is. That's the first level of punishment.
No, I didn't say punish. I said correct.
No. I'm saying how to punish because you said earlier, can we punish them? Yes.
No.
The first level,
we correct them. Can we correct
punishment? Correct. So I'm using it in the same terms right now.
Okay.
The first level of correction is you acknowledge how stupid this is. If we refuse to acknowledge the stupidity of this, then you can't correct them people. Because how can you correct something you don't even know how stupid it is? So this is the first level of correction. Now, if somebody was there, like y'all said, somebody should get on the faculty's case or something, or somebody need to say something to her. There's all types of things that we can do. The thing about us is we too accepting of nonsense. We too accepting of it. And you can actually ban people from places that you are. Every place you have the power to ban somebody from, ban them because of their stupidity. Look, I understand you stupid. So now you can't play with my daughter. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to go back home, just tell your mama that I don't allow my children to play with such stupid people. I'm not saying you stupid because of you. You're a young person. You stupid because of your parents. And because your parents have a certain level of stupidity, I cannot allow you to hang around my child. But do we do stuff like that? And I'm saying a lot of us don't implement things like that. When I was a small child, my parents had to come to where you live so they could see what's going on.
I did that too. I went to my children's where if they wanted to go to a little birthday party, I was there sitting outside.
Yeah. And my thing, there's nothing wrong with that, but I'm saying we have to actually do what needs to be done. We can affect things in the levels that we can. If you don't use the level you got, why you worry about the level that you don't got? You don't have the presidency, but you can make rules about your own children. You can make rules about who gets to hang out with them and who they get to hang out with. You use the rules that you have. And we stop just throwing our hands up talking about, well, it is what it is. That's not what men are supposed to do. Men are supposed to dictate environments. Part of dictating the environment is recognizing stupidity and doing stuff to keep the stupidity away from your children, especially. Because you're supposed to like them more than just another random person. You know, and my thing is, yeah, if you say something with somebody talk about you, and you already been talked about. You was as a child, people talked about you. Get over there. We men at the end of the day. Somebody talking about me supposed to really mean something? We men.
Yeah. Well, hey, I got to push out. Hey, Roger and the panel. Great conversation.
Hey, a lot of folks gonna push out in a second.
I got great conversation. Hey, I appreciate the dialogue. Shout out to the chat.
Yeah.
You guys have a beautiful day. I thank you for your time and energy. I appreciate y'all. All right, I'm gone.
It was rolling fantastic for you guys.
Right, go Pete.
See, Roger.
I'm just messing
Roger,
around.
you've been shooting at me ever since I came in.
Why you trying to make it big? It was a slight joke on the way out.
You've been socking on me ever since I came in.
No.
Chef ain't came in.
I'm just joking with you, Goldie. You know you my man. You know you my man.
Don't try to clean it up now, brother. Don't try to clean it up now. I'm calling Chef and I'm telling. Expect a call. We're gonna hear your alarm go off and the notification go off. Roger, I told you.
Nah, you all good, Goldie. I'm just messing around.
All right, I'm gone, brother. Peace to y'all, man.
Yeah, we are gonna end this very soon though, but I'm gonna go a couple more minutes and that's it. So don't be surprised, y'all. And I only went this long because I was having some connection issues, you know. But y'all, we do gotta actually make it an issue that when kids come around talking with this level of stupidity, not that your kid did anything wrong, not that the child who came around with this level of stupidity did something wrong. Be okay with putting it on the parents. You know, hey, little girl, tell your mama that my daughter's mama. You see what I'm saying? Tell your mama that my daughter's father, just in case some women listening, okay, whichever it come to. Look, man, we want our kids raised a certain way. Your mama been telling you a lot of stupid stuff, and I don't want my child hearing the stupid stuff that your mama telling you. So you ain't did nothing wrong, okay? But you can't come back over here no more. You can't come to our house. It's not your fault. It's your mama's fault. Okay? I ain't mad at you. You just say stupid stuff because you heard your people say stupid stuff. And I just can't have that stupid stuff in my house. You know, I still love you like a play cousin. But you got to find somebody else to hang out with. I mean, boom, you start correcting stuff. Now, that may not seem like a big deal, but y'all, we talking about children. It is a big deal to not have stupidity around your child on an everyday level because they form bonds with each other. Some people be friends for life, especially now that you have all this social media and people on social media and you can connect to the person you went to you was in the third grade with them and now y'all see them on social media and y'all can reconnect. Like, these kids today may hang with a certain bad influence their entire life. You need to nip that in the bud. Real talk. You know, she ain't gonna never really lose track of Sally even if they go to different high schools. Your kids done grown up, now they go into high schools, but the high schools are different. But they got social media. They may go to different colleges, but they now have social media. They may get different jobs, but they now have social media. It's gonna be different, y'all, in the future. And we got to be ready for that. So, no place. Oh, did you get a chance to speak? I heard Floyd speaking.
I'm here for the background.
Okay. All right. Well, any last words from Floyd? And then after Floyd, I'm gonna do any last words from Jada, and we're gonna shut it down and get to the back.
Yeah, watch what your children are doing. Be more attentive to what the children are doing, who they're hanging around. and what messages are they receiving from not just school, but through shows. And we got to monitor what they're inputting into our children. And unless we want them to grow up like that 34-year-old and that 33-year-old, to be unwanted old feminists. And I land my plane there, Roger. Thanks for having me up.
Hey, appreciate you big time, my brother. Appreciate you big time. Jado, your last words, my brother.
Like, comment, subscribe, share the content. That's all I got, bro.
All right, well, y'all have a good rest of y'all day. If you like this type of content and you're new, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We do this 9 a.m. Chicago time. I know you could live in New York, but Chicago time. Hey, and even we in the same timeline. It's Chicago time, not where you live. So 9 a.m. Chicago time, y'all look for us. We'll see y'all next. What usual business just came up? Do you want to make a last statement before we close our usual business?
Nah, I'm gonna be in the back, man.
Okay, then y'all have a good rest of y'all day. Appreciate y'all coming through. Sorry it took so long to say something about the cash apps. I don't know what was going on. We might have had an internet problem and a StreamYard problem happening at the same time. So my apologies for that. Y'all have a good rest of y'all day. Long live the habitual line steppers. I'm Roger. I'm right. And I'm out.
Yay, yay.